you have to have that mentality that you're the best, because if you don't, you're going to give so much credit to the other side, and you're going to be sitting there wondering, well, why do we do better? It's because you made them better than they really shouldn't have been, if that makes any sense. You have to tell yourself, I'm the best, and I'm going to do that, and I'm going to help out my team to the best of my ability. Focus on you. Don't focus on the opposition.
And if you're in a situation where maybe you're like a plat 2 and all your friends are champ 1, you got to say, listen, maybe I'm not the best on my squad, but I know exactly how I can distribute the ball to my playmakers and be the rock, be the anchor of the squad that knows, hey, I'm going to be at the bottom of the leaderboard, but that's just so the rest of them can excel and be at the top.
I feel like you've seen the TikTok too, because I was literally about to reference that. I was literally about to reference that. This is what we do as casters. We take everything from everybody else. That's just how you find yourself. But hey, I like that we're thinking on the same brainwave there, because I mean, it really is like that. Because I've always felt that way. You know, that reason that TikTok shows up is because so many people related to it. There were a lot of likes on it, and for a good reason, because I know I've been there in the past, and I still am there a lot of the time. And then I get all this shade and toxicity thrown at me. But in reality, it's like, you know what? I'm going to take this, because back when I grinded solo standard, I knew that I had to play passive and only rack up maybe 160 points at most. 90% of the time that I played that game mode, I knew that those things were going to happen. And it's like, you know what? I'm going to silently take the victory on this one, because I know I secretly carried my team. And hey, that might happen.
Solo standard, rest in a very fiery, warm place there. Let me tell you, not a fan of solo standard. Still waiting. Looks like we are about to get all the kiddies to join us in the pool here. So we'll get to join shortly. Your prediction here, I mean, honestly, who do you think is going to come out on top? Do you think it's going to be Full Sail, or do you think it's going to be Winthrop?
I think it's an easy one, right towards Winthrop Eagles. I've talked about T. Carell, and, you know, even though I haven't seen much of them play, I don't really need to. I've seen a couple of series, but I have seen it all, and I've heard it all. Right there, you see Susquehanna, or however you say it, Sonics. You see the squad name for T. Carell. It's a scary player to be playing against in the first place at a college level. That's spooky. I've heard all my, you know, I guess coworkers or peers is what I'm trying to say. I've heard all of them talk about it. I've seen the dominance before. We could absolutely see a dominant 3-0 sweep here again.
Taking the easy road there. Meanwhile, I will be here to advocate, as always, for the underdogs. See if Full Sail can shake off that underdog moniker here and provide a competitive matchup, as this one goes in for Pravana Sub, and quickly Full Sail have the lead here. See, that's the thing here, is just because you have an RLCS pro on your team doesn't necessarily, and you may be facing one, these are not his RLCS, pro, teammates that he's playing with this time. So this might be a different dynamic, a different chemistry here tonight.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It doesn't, say anything. You're still your own team, like we've been talking about, and that's how they need to play. But I mean, look at the mechanical control from T-Carell. Look at them go to the corner, and this may not be their teammates in RLCS, but they're still his teammates, and we know this. There's so much knowledge that can be passed down, especially from playing at such a high level. I'm sure T-Carell has had plenty of good advice to give to his teammates to, try to get them up there as if they were his teammates, and T-Carell fires a screamer to the upper 90.
I mean, they are still his teammates. They're just his college teammates rather than his RLCS teammates there. So, as if they were his teammates. They are his teammates. I mean, don't discredit JK Foshizzle or Hound as he's going by today. But tied up game here. 4:10 left to go on the clock here. JK Foshizzle trying to drop it in off the backboard there. Not going to happen as T-Carell trying to control this one. Gets past one. Trying to get around Pravana Seb. It's going to be interrupted, though, by the Hound. And Diaz had an opportunity to look at the back of the net there and said, you know what? The corner sounds better for me this time.
Well, Diaz has got a good shot out, but it ran into a pass connection accidentally from Hound. That's so important to get empty space clears. Put it into somewhere where the opposition is not waiting, and you'll find yourself with a lot more space. But here's a pass up from JK Foshizzle up to T. Corell. It's now in for Samtex to take away to the midfield. Misses their clear there. They're gonna have to rotate out for this, but Hound is pushing through each and every wall that is put in front of them. Now Foshizzle down, and T. Corell strikes again.
Pretty clean setup there off the corner by JK Foshizzle, dropping it down off the ceiling there. You see, I guess, that interesting touch, and T. Corell says, "Oh, that's free, as free as you like if you're an RCS pro." There, 2-1, 3:25 left to go on the clock here. An opportunity to see how the response comes from Full Sail Armada, as they are now looking at a 1-goal deficit with 3 minutes and call it 10 seconds left to go.
Yeah, a little bit of change left on the clock, if you will, but here's Diaz from their own corner trying to get this ball out of the danger zone that it's been in for so long, but T. Corell with those recoveries. Over to Foshizzle, shot back, trying to look for T. Corell one more time, but Hound's going to have to take this up from the third man roll, and out to Foshizzle it goes. Good clear coming out from Full Sail, but Hound on the rotation now leaves it for T. Corell. Diaz to the corner once more, but Foshizzle, here comes the pressure, building up slowly for Winthrop, and it's going to be slow and methodical from here. Now Hound tries the quick shot, pass behind T. Corell as they rotate out. Foshizzle into the back wall. It could waterfall straight down at will. Foshizzle looks for the self-pass connection, but none to be found. No connection there. Now Hound up for the shot. It's a tight angle. They don't quite make contact, and Samtex gets the easy save. But like I said, the pressure is still on, and eventually it has to give. It has to burst and go somewhere, and it could be coming here in the form of Hound. It does. Huge miss in the second man roll on defense.
Yeah, Hound improving the score line 3-1 here in favor of Winthrop University. But that one goal coming in from Full Sail Armada, I'm actually very surprised. Scored there by Pravana Seb, which is very surprising because if you look at their octane, they are a Dallas Cowboy fans, and I didn't know that any of them actually knew how to properly score if you look at the past NFL season.
Yikes. Big yikes right there. I see ice in the shade.
Every opportunity to dunk on Dallas Cowboy fans, I will. And that's coming from a Jacksonville Jaguars fan, all right? We tank for Trevor. We did it right, all right? We lost for a reason, all right?
Listen, I'm a big Ezekiel Elliott fan, former Buckeye player, but that's not the topic here today, though. Also, side note, one of my favorite memes, if anybody knows what that one is, you're my new best friend. But I'll tell you what, Hound's not looking to make friends here. T. Corell now takes this up for their chance at a double tap. They're going to get a low setup. It's a pass to Foshizzle that goes off the left post and out. Diaz has an opportunity here if they can just cut in quick enough on it. They're not going to be able to. Hound gets this clear and the save. Diaz trying to keep the pressure. It turns into a pass to Foshizzle. Here's the 1, the 2, and they need to take it in for the 3. The double touch is pristine.
Yeah, look how many touches. One pass to T. Corell there, and off the backboard, drops it down into the bucket. 4-1 here. T. Corell is absolutely having a day. That is a hat trick for him already with 1:19 left to go on the clock. Game number 1, certainly providing themselves as the playmaker, the real star of the squad there. They've said, listen, we know who to feed here. You know, the Dallas Cowboys know they need to feed Zeke when he's healthy, and they certainly know that Winthrop, the Winthrop certainly knows to feed T. Corell. As that looks for goal number 4. Not going to happen this time, but very dangerous on the ball there. Certainly something that the Full Sail Armada need to be aware of moving forward.
I'll tell you what, I'll add one to the roast. The Seahawks definitely forgot to feed Marshawn Lynch in Super Bowl 49 against the Patriots on second down, and what was it, 3 yards? I'm just saying. Anyway, Foshizzle with another laser beam to the top shelf, and at this point, I guess we could call this game. This is the same scoreline we saw in the last series, and Winthrop, like I said, they are dominant.
That being said, do you think that there might be some drama between JK Foshizzle and T. Corell there? Because you saw, JK Foshizzle did have that Space Station Gaming on his name tag there, so maybe, I don't know, might be something there. But the chemistry working out just for them right now as they are 6-1 with 28 seconds left to go. Hound providing with 1 assist there, and JK Foshizzle has a playmaker, 3 assists on 2 goals. 6-1. Do we get Braziled here in game 1? What do you think?
Oh, it could happen, and I think they're gonna go for it. I mean, come on. If you're this dominant, you can get another goal in 36 seconds, and now we're down to 20. How quick has that gone by? But Faux Shizzle have to decide, you know what? Maybe there could be some beef with T-Karel not equipping any Sonics, no support. Seems kind of toxic to me. Might be some stuff to settle there, but I'll tell you what, this game is settled down to its core. 3 seconds tick away. No Brazil present. Actually, I might have to take this one back because Hound is keeping this one up, and so is T-Karel. Off to the back wall, no, the side one instead. Winthrop take it. It was close, but not a Brazil. I wouldn't say the game was close, however.
Listen. Rule 0: you always keep the ball up when it gets to 0 seconds on that scoreboard. There, you got to keep it up as long as possible. I feel, but
Yeah.
Winthrop certainly looking very dominant there. JK Foshizzle there, like I said, 2 goals, 3 assists there on 6 shots. About that's what 1/3 of their shooting accuracy there. So could improve on the shooting accuracy, but 50% shooting accuracy for the rest of the team. Got to be feeling pretty good about that one.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do anything but help feel like you can't do much to help not feel good. Yeah. I mean, but you got to look at Full Sail right now. There were 2 shots in total from one player, and it's kind of a meme in my little Twitch channel community thing that I like to call out zeros. Is everything what?
Is everything a meme on your channel?
It's a possibility. It might be. But listen, we don't talk about that. One thing I do like to talk about is the number of zeros on a scoreboard. There were way too many. There were only 4 actual numbers that weren't 0 on Full Sail's side across 3 players. That is huge. There was one who just didn't even get to touch the ball at all, I don't think. But Full Sail needs to find something. This is the same thing that we're seeing from that last series. Not Kansas. What am I saying? I can't even remember. I can't remember anything. All right, short-term memory loss. It gets to me sometime. But I can't even find it on the roster sheet. That's great. Thanks for the reference, Grant.
You're welcome.
But Full Sail, it's the same thing. Dakota State, now it's jogged my memory. They didn't have much to really figure out. There was just mechanics, and they're getting outpaced. That's exactly what's happening here between Winthrop and Full Sail. And as we call it, as we say it, Faux Shizzle with another strong pass. It's looking to be the same story for game 2.
And that being said, I'm coming in as a millennial, and you mentioned there's a lot of zeros on the scoreboard. Listen, I ate a lot of SpaghettiOs as a kid. All right, sometimes having a lot of O's on the board ain't such a bad thing. All right, but so maybe it's just I'm sentimental that way. Either way, we've got an early lead here for Winthrop once again. 4 minutes 45 seconds left to go on the clock here. An opportunity for Diaz looking for a pass up to Ivana Seb, the much maligned Dallas Cowboys fan, but still providing a lot of work. Really, the workhorse for the Full Sail squad here as Sam Tax has spoken their name a lot, trying to set up Diaz. Not going to happen that time. An opportunity here for Pavana, keeping it alive. Diaz looks for the shot off the cross from the post, and Pavana Seb, a good spell of offense here for Full Sail University. Unfortunately, not able to come away with the goal this time.
Listen, I'm a fan of the Full Sail University, like as a school, right? So I'm kind of rooting for them just naturally, because I mean, a lot of us with creative intentions for our career have thought about this college at one point, but this is ironically what they're lacking, is that creativity that Winthrop clearly has, being able to find each other on just things you don't expect. Now here, it's, I mean, a typical drop-down spectacular pass off the sidewall near the ceiling to T-Karel, who's just so quick up to it, and you just expect that at this point, but they have been creative before. They've found some tight shots and things that you just only see at the highest level. This is what's lacking for Full Sail. They've got the quickness, but now we're starting to see inconsistencies in their mechanic, much like we saw last series. But they could have some creativity up their sleeves, and I'm interested to see if they can pull any of that out in the last 3.5 minutes of the game.
I wasn't sure where you're going to go with that, with the praise there for Full Sail. As T-Karel now dropping in the second bucket for him in game number 2 here. But you finally got there with that analogy there, with the creativity. I like that. for Full Sail University, needing a little bit of creativity on the offensive side of the ball here, but still need to maintain some stiffness here defensively, as they are currently getting a little bit leaky here, leakier than a basement set in Louisiana. As you see an opportunity, which, by the way, there's no houses in Louisiana that have basements. It's just not something that they do architecturally down there. But if they did, it would be very leaky.
I was gonna say that I was gonna just end up on r/whoosh because that one went straight over my head. I'll admit, but I'll tell you what, there have been way too many balls that have gone straight over the head of the defense for Full Sail. 3-0 is the gap we still remain at, and looked like Pravana was trying to push the Sword back to their own net. A really interesting place to be. T-Crow actually got a flip reset off of the side of the ball there. It would have pushed in this pressure. Now it's Hound looking for a double touch, actually redirect. Not going to find either. Faux Shizzle puts it up for themselves. Pop over the top. Tried to go for the double tap, but didn't have the angle anyway. Ravana Seb up the back wall for Full Sail. T-Corel actually in retreat here. Hound opens things up with the demo. Diaz waiting back. They'll have to contest. T-Corel with a fake challenge. They'll rotate out. Hound looking to make their presence known and get this ball out from defense. The clears are also just quality. I gotta say, we're talking about Louisiana, and I could say Louisiana style Popeyes. Sometimes those fries, I tell you what, they are quality. Now you got those restaurants that are a bit inconsistent, but hey, I tell you what, I haven't had anything like that in a while, and I just need to see more quality here because Winthrop, they've got it all day long.
I don't know if anyone would say that Popeyes is known for their fries.
They're not, but they're goated.
But to continue with to explain to you the analogy there, Louisiana, New Orleans, in fact, since it is Mardi Gras week, what would be Mardi Gras week here, they're actually existing below sea level, so that's why it is constantly a threat of flood, just like the flood of goals coming in from Hound and Winthrop University, as it's now 1:23 left on the clock, 4-0 here. That is a goal for every single member of this Winthrop University squad here in game number 2. 3 shots on the board, all from Diaz here for Full Sail. They need to put a little bit more on backboard. They just start peppering the back of the board there, I think.
Oh, well, I was going to say T-Girl's doing just that. And I mean, hey, those backboard passes are probably the second hardest to defend. Actually, I would go as just a shot in general. I'd say they are the hardest thing to defend of those backboard clears. I don't know if you tried a training pack lately for defensive clears off the backboard, but my goodness, those are some of the most difficult things I deal with. And then, you have the trouble of reading those infield passes. Like, here comes one right now from T-Corel. Looked for the flip reset, somehow got it. I saw 3 wheels. Apparently Rocket League saw 4, and 4 goals on the board, 44 seconds to go. Hound continues this one from the midfield.
Yep, all those 4s, Illuminati confirmed, right? Obviously. Diaz looking for a shot, trying to get around Hound. Cannot do it this time as we round down the final 30 seconds here. Hound doing everything he can as T-Corel gets destroyed by Diaz. Opportunity for Sam Tack. No, it's going to drop down for Pravana Seb, who cannot find the back of the net that time. Final few seconds wind down here. It is going to be a assured victory here for Winthrop University, but can we get 1 goal? We can. Pravana Seb, that is the first score for a Dallas Cowboy fan since game number 1. As
not even for Dallas Cowboy fans, but for Full Sail fans. 1 goal as a consolation prize for game 2. 11 seconds to go. Can they get 1 more? That's my question.
Either way, though, this one's going to drop down. JK Shizzle being denied there by Sam Tax on the goal line here. Final few seconds. Do we get another Rule 0? No, they're going to let this one die here. And Winthrop taking a convincing game number 2, setting up the possibility for 2 sweeps in match day 1 here. Grant, what do you think? Are we going to be seeing 2 sweeps tonight?
I think we are, and I think what's even more interesting is the fact that I only had to see one player's name and know who they are to determine the prediction that I was going to make. And I don't know if I said it, but I meant to say it if I didn't, that there was going to be a 3-0 sweep from Winthrop here. I think I said it was a possibility. I just didn't lock it in. It wasn't my final answer, but I think the sweep is imminent here. There hasn't been much momentum for Full Sail. It's just been Winthrop Eagles flying all over, dominating the sky, and that's just what it's been all series. And there was the same storyline for Durham in the last series. So I think we're looking at a 3-0.
Thing could be a 3-0 here. Possibility here. I mean, Winthrop certainly looking dominant. Full Sail, I think they really need to pull out all the stops. Get the highest production quality, if you will, here in game number 3. Otherwise, they're going to be, there's going to be more brooms than than there were for than for Bewitched, in the entire series of Bewitched. So we'll see. Meanwhile, we'll wait for this server to come back up. Gives them a more opportunity here for us to really discuss. Like, you said, of course, with Winthrop, they do have that RLCS Pro on their side. So do you think that, moving forward there, that presents an opportunity for their opponents to really kind of, target that? Or is that kind of like the thing that sets them above the rest of the table in your mind?
I think it's an interesting balance because as a full sail competitor, you can absolutely target T-Corel and get them out of the situation. I think that would do well. But then, I'm talking about that RLCS Pro being able to give advice and give knowledge from their experience in RLCS circuits and give that to their players, train them up to get them up there. Those teammates are going to be just cracked in the future. I can see it. They already are. And I mean, Faux Shizzle's nobody to sleep on, and neither is Hound. They are quick. They are still up there in terms of skill level. And then obviously you just have, Supersonic Legend to Pro. That skill gap still exists. And I assume sometime down the line, we're going to need another rank update. This would still hasn't done enough, but there is so much knowledge to be passed on to the players. And that's just a huge difference maker. So even if you are, to answer your question, able to take out T-Corel, take out that RLCS Pro from a play momentarily, you have to strike immediately. Otherwise, it's not going to be that effective because T-Corel's got backup in Hound in JK Faux Shizzle.
Absolutely. And so I think that for Full Sail, they have to be concerned. Like, if you try to take out T-Corel, you got to be worried about, hey, can we deal with, the mismatch of his two teammates there if they're able to take care of that. But again, it's a matter of if Winthrop continues on the pace they're at today, I guess they can probably call the 3 games. They're just going to be, Winterfred, Mary, and Sarah, because it's just going to be full sweeps, and it's going to be, witches on the brooms flying off to a victory.
Yeah, I think that is what we're going to be looking at. But, we can just cycle back around all over. It just all comes back. It all keeps cycling back to that experience that they've got. It's the same skill gap that we're seeing. Maybe not identical, but it is pretty big. It's pretty noticeable here for, I almost call them the Sonics, but I mean, they look up to par. And I would be interested to see, Sonics versus Durham. I'd like, or Sonics. See, I said it anyway, right? I'd like to see Winthrop collide with Durham just to see how that would go, because I think based on what we've seen just tonight in our 2 matches for what we're seeing, I think that would be a nice little clash to see these 2 higher level teams and, the bottom ones go as well. But the big thing I'm seeing for Full Sail is their consistency, right? You hear that all the time in those helpful YouTube tutorial videos on how to get the Grand Champion. But I can tell you, once I finally cross that line into Grand Champion, it really is about consistency, because you go up for a ball, especially in 2s, if you go up for a ball and you miss, your teammate's in a bad area. They better be really consistent at keeping the ball out of there. You better have somebody you can trust to help you out, because if not, you've created a very bad situation to be in. And that consistency, it just needs to be there, or you're done.
Right. Yeah. And consistency, I think, is certainly something that everyone that's an aspiring RLCS Pro, or even a current RLCS Pro, as we have in T-Corel, is the name of the game that you want to continue over and over again. As we'll see, we are having a little bit of technical difficulty, so bear with us here, folks, as we are working to get these technical difficulties figured out here. You'll take a look here, make sure that all the kitties are in the pool here. Once we get that confirmation here, we'll get this one back underway for you folks. But again, Full Sail, looks like we are going to remake the lobby here and completely and take an opportunity here To again talk about the rest of the week here, because this is week 7. I mean, sorry, a 7-week serv- uh, lobby. Wow, I can't even speak today. This is a 7-week circuit that we've got going tonight. Regular season through week 7 here, and then we have, I believe, here where we got 3 weeks of the playoffs culminating into the final. So this is week 1. So I don't know, like, loss or not for any of these teams, I feel like you can't really take too much with without a hefty grain of salt for some of these teams. Sure, they may lose in a sweep tonight, possibly, or come back for a reverse sweep if in the case for Full Sail. That's still a possibility on the table for them here. But week 1, how much do you really glean from a team in in just week 1?
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because you can have, I mean, just at the start of anything, your statistics and your record can look a little off-putting because it's like, hey, we just played a really good team, but our record says that we're garbage because it's 0-1. But that doesn't mean much of anything because you still have yet to play all the other teams there are competing in the same circuit as you. So there's still a lot of weighing in that needs to be done there in terms of skill level and who can beat who and how many wins you have. So week 1 doesn't mean much. I say once you get to halfway, you can really start deciding what teams are good and which ones aren't. You see the top ones collide with each other. You see the bottom ones. You see the middle ones. Really, you see it all. And we could be looking at seeing the rest of it. All of it here. If they can just score right off the bat, Winthrop was looking to do so. They could take this game 3 and end the series now, creating that second sweep of the night.
Yeah, game number 3 now underway. An opportunity here. Hound puts it into the corner, looking for it, but cut out there by Pravana Seb. T. Crow flexing on us with that Susquehanna Sonics. Fennec there, dropping it in. Opportunity cut out by Sam Tax that time. As you see here, an opportunity for Full Sail to really try to show some something after that break there. I think that something kind of clicked in their head here. They're showing a lot more aggressiveness here. As a few bumps, dangerous there, but Diaz is able to clear it out. Looking for an opportunity out to midfield to drop this in. Not going to happen this time, but it's going to be cut out by Hound. 4:10 left to go on the clock here. A little back and forth, a little bit more so than we might have expected here in game number 3.
Yeah, it is a little bit more than what we've expected here because what we've seen so far is, I mean, just constant miss after miss and no goals after no goals. But hey, I have noticed that the pressure alleviates when T-Corral is out of the play, when they're just kind of lying on the ground in the background. There is a lot of momentum that dies, but we've got to also be careful here, Full Sail, with that triple commit that we just saw. Things could really go wrong.
That was a triple commit. We all saw it, but Pravana Seb look for the shot. They're denied by JK Fo Shizzle. Here comes an opportunity for T-Corral to get it out past midfield. Diaz is there instead for it, though, and we will see how they're able to defend that. Doing so just fine for JK Fo Shizzle. But again, a lot of physical play. I like the chippiness of this game. As T-Corral, demo for demo, trying to negate any possibility of a power play opportunity for Full Sail University. Hound looking for a shot here. It's going to be dropping down, and JK Fo Shizzle getting the goal scoring started.
Every time Winthrop is going to score, it's going to be from punishments like this. Sam Tace just couldn't quite get up to the ball, and it results in an easy cleanup for Fo Shizzle. You got to be consistent. It's the name of the game. You got to do it, otherwise things like this start to happen. But I will say, Full Sail, who do you notice every time they get a breakaway? Who do you notice is out of the play for Winthrop? It's been T. Corral. Every single time this game, if they can start to get a bit physical or find plays to bait them in, if you can even bait an RLCS pro, I don't know, because I've never done it, but if you can, take them out of the play in whatever way you can by any means necessary, because you'll have an opening and all you got to do is break past one of the others and you've got a goal.
And one thing that I think that is not talked about enough, I think, for RLCS pros in college here is the amount of experience that they do bring with them in big game situations here. There might be some nerves coming in from any of the other players here, but T. Corral, he's been in a situation like this before. He's got the background to know, Nate. We've competed on sometimes international stages there, and have been able to handle myself just fine. So going up against other college players here, the pressure is basically it's just another game for him. For the others on this field here, this might be the biggest game that they've ever had to play so far. And so that might be part of where we see some of those miscues coming in from Full Sail University. It might just be some of that mentality there. You know, they say, like mentality is 80%. The other 50% is physicality there. And with that, you get 130% reason to remember the name.
Oh my goodness. Okay, golf clap here from my end, but I'll tell you what, T. Carell, here they come, and that's nothing to golf clap about. That is something to gasp and be like, ooh, because this was saucy. First of all, I don't care what skill level this is. Being able to slide around the ball and pick up the demo like that, even though the defense missed there, the explosions just make it look much better. 2-0 now for Winthrop, minute and 30 to go. I didn't even realize this much time was gone, but that's because Full Sail has been able to hold it down a lot better than they have. There's not goal after goal being scored all the time, but here's a huge breakaway opportunity. No players around to contest for it for Winthrop, but also same situation for Full Sail. They didn't expect opportunities, and that's the thing, is they're giving too much credit to Winthrop. They know they're good, and they can acknowledge that, but they need to have better faith in themselves, because I guarantee if you roll into anything and you're like, yeah, it's not going to go well, we're just going to play it, you're gonna be absolutely the worst team on the field every single time. But oh man, this is not even a situation for that. I have no segue out of this one. This is just, again, the pristine quality of shots for Winthrop.
Well, and you talk about the scoreline being so close for so long. I think that's, to the credit of the micro improvements that Full Sail University have, the Armada has done throughout this series here to get closer in that skill, to close down that skill gap from their opponents here. They've really been able to adapt, which I think is critical in Rocket League. They're being able to adapt to what your opponents are throwing at you there, and they've shown that here. Sure, they're down 3 goals here, but again, game number 1, it was what I want to say 6-1 there. We almost had that Brazil in game number 1. Here we are, much closer, much tighter game here. They minimized more of the mistakes. Sure, we did have some pretty blatant triple commits there from time to time there, but again, minimizing their own mistakes and forcing their opponents to try to force mistakes out of them. Those unforced errors seem to have drawn down here in the final few seconds here, though. Game number 3, it looks like it will be a sweep, so it will be game, set, match. Your winners in a gorgeous 0-second goal from T. Carell to cap it off here, getting the second goal of the game. It will be Winthrop University.
It is indeed, and who better than to finish it off than T. Carell with, like you said, a glorious air dribble that we've seen. Pristine quality, as always, from Winthrop Eagles, and I definitely look forward to seeing them further down the line in this circuit. I'm just gonna take a glance at the schedule.
Oh no, yeah. Oh no, no.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to Upsurge. Hope you guys are doing well. I'm Slayzilla, joined by the lovely Cherish, and tonight we do have some Rainbow Six Siege for you guys. The great news is we've got some pretty cool teams coming in as well, so I'm excited for the games tonight. Should be great, and we are going to kick it off with Team Boosted and Fractured Memories. Well, let's see how it goes, man. How you doing, Cherish? Good to see you again, man.
It's good to see you too. It's been a little bit, couple of weeks since the two of us have casted together, but I'm doing good. I'm looking forward to getting back into this and casting some of these teams. So, first on the cards, we have Team Boosted and Fractured Memories. And it's that's a little bit of a tough one. It's going to be two teams that are trying to fight for that final playoff spot here as we head deeper and deeper into our season. I think we're past the halfway point now. So with only 2 games left in the season, including this one, Fractured Memories is looking to win out just to try and get their way on in. They currently sit at 0-3 in 6th place, whereas Team Boosted is trying to catch a win as well, obviously, but theirs is rather to hold their spot in 4th place, I think, or actually even move up with the win to 2-2. So it'll be a tough fought match for different reasons than other matches would be, in the sense that it is two teams trying to do whatever it takes to make sure they are not left out of playoffs coming up.
Yeah, it's getting to that time where you gotta go for it, man. You really do. And you know, the rogue little division is what it's called. The division these guys are in. I mean, they have Trust Only Your Squad, Aerial Rise, and Dallas Vendetta, all of them 3-1. So we actually saw all 3 of those guys play just yesterday, and all of them did pretty well. We saw Dallas take down Trust Only Your Squad, and then Aerial Rise was able to take down Lucent in overtime. Lucent played a good game, but yeah, so Fractured Memories gotta get going here. I mean, it's the crunch time, so we'll see what they can do. It's gonna be an interesting one for sure. Team Boosted as well, looking to take that L. I mean, W, not L. No one's looking to take L's. Good grief. So hopefully both of them will be able to perform very, very nicely. And then after that, our second game will be It Worked and Strike X. It Worked currently standing 3-0 very, very nice so far in the series, in the season. So that should be a good one. I'm excited to see how they play. Strike X, unfortunately, 0-2 on the season, so a little bit of redemption arc for a lot of squads going up on the hill tonight. So should be a day of redemption, is what we're hoping for.
Yeah, that one as well. That is going to be it worked really just looking to secure themselves more for seeding. I believe uh, even if they lose out, they're not going to drop out of playoffs. But if they do win, they get first. They secure first place just because the other teams are too far behind them. So hopefully for them, they can secure that first place, get that nice seeding out of the way, and move on with that. But as we're getting ready for it, I believe we should have map bans coming on up. So we'll be looking at most likely some variation of Oregon Cafe Clubhouse, I would assume. It's very rare that, especially in the best of one format, you are able to get to something like Consulate or Theme Park just because someone bans it out. Where we already see Consulate and Coast out of the way, and this one's probably Theme Park third. Just kidding. Good news, we don't have to go to Clubhouse.
We're leaving Theme Park up first, man. Maybe that's where we head. Clubhouse Villa banned. Cafe Bay. It's between Theme Park and Oregon now. And Theme Park's the last ban. So it will be the lovely map of Oregon that we go and see these two teams do a battle on. Very exciting. Oregon, an interesting map, can be seen as boring sometimes, but you know what? Can depend on the teams playing it. So we'll see if these guys can put on a phenomenal show for us. But Oregon for the map should be interesting. But looks like we're just about ready to hop into the game. We got the go ahead, and let's jump in. Team Boosted taking on the Fractured of Memories here on Oregon. Team Boosted on the offense. First, let's check out the bans.
Yep, gonna be pretty much expecting the standard Thatcher, Maverick, Hibana attacker bans, as one of those will go out from Fractured Memories, the Maverick off the board. Hibana's shown a lot of use in maps like this, where you can use her for bonus breaching alongside the hatches, now that her pellets can be controlled in the amount that she shoots out. I believe she can get 4 total hatches with the number of pellets now, as Thatcher is off the board, so the Japanese operator will be sticking around here. And on the defensive side, usually when the Maverick is out, that'll warrant a Cade ban. Boosted's probably going to get their free pick of a ban. Just kidding, they're going to take the Cade ban, interestingly. So definitely going to not have any hatch problems with this game. And the final ban will be something boring like Mira. Just kidding. It is a Jaeger ban.
All right.
From Fractured Memories.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not an operator we see all the time. Not too boring at all. Very, very nice. Jaeger ban. Wow. So we just got word that might actually be the first time all week the mirror has been left up. So very exciting for her. She can come out and have some fun, put some one-way mirrors around, just make everything super exciting. We might not even see her, though, is usually how it goes. People, hey, there it is, though. Shadow's going right for it. I'm just just everything I say is a contradiction, apparently. Yeah. So it's all good. Mira coming out. I'm excited to see her, but the Jaeger gone would almost warrant more of a pick towards Wamai, but we don't see the Wamai. And you know what? I go back on my statement. Mira's not coming out because she just got 6 pick to the alibi, as well as a Twitch coming for the offense.
Yep, so that Twitch being brought in specifically to beat the Mira. Not surprised at all, but rather I am surprised that it did not come out. Or rather, the Mira did not come out. She has seen a bit of interesting play on this site specifically. Speaking of interesting play, I'm interested to see how Fractured Memories wants to hold this. They're not extending into the blue bunker at all. Shadows is kind of just running around doing who knows what, and that electrical wall towards the blue bunker is left entirely soft. So interesting setup so far from Fractured Memories, as I don't even think they might be going for roam play here. It looks like it actually that they're going for an extension upwards, which is an older strat that has started to come back into play and into the meta, as now Nip is going to be getting those wires off the back wall. Vim left with one in his pocket for active tricking the blue bunker wall, which is very weird.
Well, already Cash is just jumping on into the action. No hesitation for the Zofia, getting right up in their grill. Some good drone is going to give up information, but there's Goni going down. No more ace on the board. Hawks is ready to do work here. Lovely, lovely operator in the... Well, there's the Pizza and Roni again, just taking everybody out. Mozzie, super powered as Nip goes down as well. Already a 3v5 situation early on in the round. Early by just a minute has passed away. And we got Cash, Taco, and Nalid down. Nalid, I don't know, but gonna be a tough one off the bat, man. Losing two great operators. Not the way you want to start off the round one.
Yeah, losing the ace especially is very big. It puts a lot of pressure onto Taco to push out the upstairs players, as well as the downstairs ones. But now it is just up to him, as Nalid was also taken down upstairs. At least the flawless round is denied by Taco, as he picks up Zenith up above. But he's got a lot of work to do and only 12 pellets to do so. And 4 bodies to find. Taco's moving forward, and it's going to be the Mozzie of Hawks to find him this time through in a very solid defense, despite looking very interesting from the outside in. Goes the way of Fractured Memories, as they're able to secure laundry storage and inevitably move themselves on up to kids' dorms. And I'm not super surprised that that round went the way it did, just because this map is very defender-sided when it comes down to it.
Yeah, it typically is going to be that 4-2 that we look for, but I mean, certainly almost a flawless round came out of Fractured Memories, and a lot of that was at the hand of Hawks, who was playing as the Mozzie as we head upstairs to the kids' dorm. Now he switches on over to the Malusi operator, where Mai does make an appearance this time, hoping to mitigate any potential throwables, anything that they need to shut down, any of those projectiles that he can catch will be hopefully caught very nicely. The Ella as well. Got the El Shotty, very, very terrifying weapon. Great at redestruction, great at redestruction, great at everything. Can kill, can do whatever you need it to. So a tremendous, tremendous shotgun when it comes to those close quarter engagements. I'm excited to see how this one goes. We got the castle as well, hoping to slow down the pushes from Team Boosted. And well, Team Boosted, after that round one, have got to find a way to keep their boys alive a little longer. 1 kill came out in the whole round. That was from Taco. And Hawks taking the 3K, looking pretty happy about it. Let's see if Team Boosted can get a successful attack going. But like you said, this is a defender-sided map. We are looking for a 4-2, most likely in favor of Fractured Memories. So you just got to try to, get there and then switch over to the defense and do the damage you can there.
Yep. So already working on through to try and pick something up for themselves. Boosted is going to be moving very slowly to deny this downstairs roam work that's going to be on the lead and Cash at the moment, as the Twitch is apparently droning on in, interestingly enough, for Nalid, considering how loud that drone is. Shadows is going to be snuck up on very quickly, and he's going to lose his life thanks to the fast-firing R4C, not even able to deal any damage back. Boosted is going to snag that opening kill down below. This extension down below is going to go even deeper, as now the Malusi is roaming downstairs. Benda took half his health and damage, I think, from the main window, or from big window. But he was able to get his shield down, as Nalid's going to find his second frag down below, this time onto Hawks.
So very nice. All of a sudden, Team Boosted looking a little bit more terrifying as kill after kill is going out. Vim still holding out, fresh, ready to go, but this tides have turned a little bit. It's a 3v5, this time in favor of the offense. Zenith now pushing in, hoping to try to mitigate that man advantage, get it back in his team's favor. But again, it's a slippery slope, another death, and this is going to become very difficult to recover from. Team Boosted have an overwhelming presence, and all they have to do is try to suffocate, strangle the remaining Fractured Memories roster, and they will have this round one. They've got plenty of time to do it with just about 60 seconds left on the board. Cash takes down Zenith, and now, well, it's down to Vim and Venda. Not a great situation. Here he comes. Shotty going off. Another Goni now down on the ground as well. Cash dead. Vim shuts down one. Won't quite pick it up. And now could have had a chance. But Taco makes sure that the Defensosaurus will be going extinct. Its remains will turn into oil. And we'll use that for all sorts of fun things.
That was a good transition. I like that one. That makes the Defensosaurus goes extinct. That was a good one. I'm sad I didn't think of that because now I really want to use that one. But
more dinosaur puns, man. Let's do it. This is the dinosaur game.
Got some dinosaur puns for sure. So moving forward, we're going downstairs this time away from kids to meeting the kitchen. And it's interesting, something I always like to note whenever this map comes up into play. It's always interesting that this site is preferred in NA as compared to a lot of the rest of the world actually preferring dining and kitchens. So it's very interesting to see the dynamic on these offsites be just so different and held in such different ways, because this site is very focused around a lot of roam play, whereas the other site is more so focused around a turtle style setup and really trying to focus around that kids dorm hatch that you just saw opened up, where you can deny plants very safely looking down through this wall that Vim has now opened on up as well. And it's just a very interesting setup that comes out with that site as compared to this one in meeting and kitchen. So I'm interested to see which side Team Boosted will pick on the opposite side of things. But for now, focused in Nip is going to be the one on the Blackbeard, interestingly enough, to be roam clearing up top, as we don't really see Blackbeard all that much. He's not found a good niche, I think, in this current meta as of late.
Yeah, he is an operator that we'll see mostly on coastline when you don't really have the necessity of bringing the hard breachers in. Of course, on this map, hard breachers are pretty dang essential. So interesting, as you said, to see the old Blackbeard come in. Mid is waste away. Instead of, two people being dead, no people are dead. Very nice beginning, and it's a little bit slow, a little bit of a stalemate up until now. We'll have to see if that is going to continue on. Now, we did get a confirmation in the chat that Nolid is how he says it. That's him. It's him in the chat who said it's Nolid. So that's nice. I like Nolid better. But we'll see how it all goes. Team Boosted tied it up well. Memories are looking to keep the edge here, though. They've been able to do some good things before, but that wasn't round number one, and well, this is round number three. A good chance for each team to try to spread the Commonwealth and get things going. Flash is now going out. There's 1:20 left, so you're still not too heavy on the execute, but there's Coney just shutting Hawks down. The refrag does come out from Fendosaurus, taking down Nip, and now it's a 4v4.
It's funny that the Blackbeard goes down to a headshot. Must have either broken the shield with that fast fire rate of the SMG-11, or just outright got under the shield somehow in an awkward position. Vim playing diligently here up top on the hatch as now Nalid is slowly worked his way in alongside his teammates into the kitchen. Vim is sitting right above 3 attackers and just not even aware. He's going to pounce and find 2 as in the meantime Cash finds Fenda. But a big pickup from the castle at the cost of but half his health. In these final 30 seconds, it is a 2-on-3. One of those 2 has just over 20 health, but it now is even out. Cash found Vim, and it's Zenith and Shadows on full HP against Cash and Goenni. There's so much utility on the side of Team Boosted, but with only 10 seconds left and now Goenni down, it is going to be Zenith once more finding another kill. 2 on the end of the round. Clutching things up for Fractured Memories on their 3rd site, the off-site here of Meeting Kitchen, which should allow them to go back down to that very interesting laundry supply site.
Haven't seen the old consulate for a while, man. Would be nice to see lobby a little bit. Go on the old consulate. It has been a minute. It's just been constantly the same 4 maps: Villa, Oregon, Clubhouse, and Cafe. No deviance in that. Always the same, but that's okay. It's what they want to play. So like you said, back downstairs to the laundry supply, we saw almost a flawless round come out from Fractured Memories back on the old days of round number 1. And well, maybe that's going to happen again. We'll have to see. I'm interested to find out how it all goes. And it looks like operator-wise, they're bringing much of the same lineup. Hawks got a 3K in round number 1. Hasn't found a single kill since then, so maybe he is especially potent down here. That's what he's going to be going for. That's what he wants to do. But we'll have to find out if that's going to be the case. The rest of the boys starting to look pretty good. I mean, we've got a lot of good kills coming out from Fractured Memories. Vim at 4, Zenith at 3 for Fendosaurus. Shadow, unfortunately, is still stuck at the old 0, which is unfortunate for him. Compare that to Team Boosted, 3-3-2-1-0. So, pretty close when it comes down to it, but certainly Memories are leading a little bit in the kill department. And that can be seen as, well, they do have an extra round on the board, so they're killing a little bit more effectively. We'll see if that's going to continue, if the trend will be for Fractured Memories. Of course, this is just the opening half. Once the side switch, the story may very well be incredibly different. The Twitch has been a pretty consistent pick, and she's been doing a lot of good work, able to take down those pesky bandit wires and make sure that walls are not so impossibly difficult to breach. But again, Hawks is going to be looming, and well, if he can go big like he did on round 1, this could be another easy dub for Fractured Memories.
Shadows inching his way towards a kill, but won't be able to find anything as he falls away from that window that he busted open. As Team Boosted is slowly working their way to try and break this stall, or rather this roam play focused around the stall. It's interesting that Fractured Memories did not opt into a mute or a vigil, but one of those stalling members is going to fall in Hawks. The Shadows also gets taken down on the alibi. This leaves Zenith on his lonesome upstairs in the kitchen as, Nalid is not going to die. He's caught on but 5 HP, if that. So Zenith not able to make it work as Nalid is actually pressing forward, interestingly enough. He doesn't have a refrag at the moment as Cash is now slowly working his way forward. Now, good news for Nalid. He's got someone to help him out in the Zofia. But this is so much time that Zenith is stalling out. Just needs to land one single bullet on the Nalid, at least to down him, if not to get the outright kill. But just slow going from Team Boosted at the moment. And there's so much stall taken up, or so much time taken up by this stall from Fractured Memories that we're under a minute already, and there's not much to speak of for Team Boosted.
I mean, despite them having a good 2-man advantage, this stall game is absolutely very effective. Zenith actually will take down Nalid. Not that it was a huge task to do so. Like you said, a bullet is going to put him most likely in the dirt. Here's Nip looking for more. Vim going to get lit up, and the plant going from Goni. Taco takes down Fenda, and now it's just Zenith and Vim left alone to their devices. The swing out comes, and it won't be very good. Vim does get the trade, though, which is nice. Puts it for a 1v3 post-plant situation in Zenith's unfavor. Definitely not his favor. Always a tough one to win out post-plant anything, but in a 1v3, this is almost just not going to happen at all. There's zero chance, right? And there it is. Taco's going to shut him down. Of course, there is a chance, but unfortunately for Zenith, there will be none as he is taken out again. We see it tied back up. A very close game. A little bit of a nail biter as Team Boosted have gotten their quota of 2 attacking wins from here on out. Any win they get certainly does stack the odds in their favor.
Yep, a good find on the round as it is slowly starting to even out. We're up to 2-2 now on the score line, which is very interesting for an Oregon attack, but that's just showing this kind of aggressive style in a way that is being had by the attacking side by Team Boosted. So with that being said, we'll see if they can continue their aggression and make it work for themselves here. And as we head back up to kids and the dorms, basically, I don't fully know. Dorm main hall, I think is what the site is. I don't know. It's like one big continuous room is the site, and it's such a giant site. There's all 3 of those rooms you can plant in inside kids all the way through that concrete main hall into the games room. And it's one of the biggest sites on this map, even including, or not just in this map, in all of comp. And same with the meeting site. The meeting's gigantic as well. There's some. This map has really massive sites, interestingly enough. So, thank you, Zenith, for drawing us a pretty little face on the picture on the wall. But away from that weird tangent, we've got now the Twitch. That's what her name is. Wow, I blanked for a second. The Twitch back on the board for Team Boosted, as it has not seen the most use or success so far for them, but at least Nip looks kind of comfortable on it and is getting a lot of good drone work in for his team.
Yeah, he's having a good time, man. The Twitch drone's always nice to get a little bit of shock factor in. Of course, they only do 1 damage these days, but I'm pretty sure they have like infinite shocks now. They just have to recharge a little bit. So very, very nice. We really don't see her all too often, so always good. Always good to get the Twitch on in. So again, we are tied up 2-2. It's round 5, so somebody will be taking the lead. Fractured Memories have been consistently taking that lead, and it's been tied up by Team Boosted. Team Boosted has not actually had the true lead yet. They've just been kind of trailing behind, which, I mean, for an attacking team on this map is certainly okay with me. I mean, you can do that all the way to the defense and then really try to push the envelope and take that win. In fact, if we keep doing this, if we keep going win each, it's going to be 3-3, and then with a side split, or side switch rather, Team Boosted might have a good opportunity to really slam it home. Nolid, Cash, and Taco have been the main talking points so far for Boosted, while Vim, 5-3, looks to be the top fragger. There's Shadows taking down Nip. He's not going to be able to do much at all, but Nolid taking down Shadows as the refrag is very, very nice. Keeps it an even 4-4. Shots coming out. Looks like Zenith might be having a fight, but it was Vimmy taking down Goni. Vim doing very nice for himself. Cash as well gets another refrag. There's Zenith dead. Very back and forth on this round. Another will go. Who is it? It's Nolid taking down Hawks. Hawks really had great success round number 1, but has had nothing since. And just like that, Team Boosted are going to be able to just trample their way through. No hesitations, no problems. As Nolid finds that final little frag, puts Team Boosted firmly into the lead, confirming that they will at the very least get a 3-3 attacking half.
Yeah, it is very good job so far from this attacking side from Team Boosted, as it is that it looked okay losing your castle for for a Twitch is probably defender favored, but I mean, I don't know. That just didn't end well, obviously. There's been fantastic trade play from the side of Team Boosted, even when they lose out on the opening pick. They are able to win out the round. So, with that being said, we are headed back on down to Meeting Kitchen. We do have a full rotation coming out 2 times in a row, despite only 2 rounds won by Fractured Memories. They will be trying to move forward on here and try and get that 3-3 at the half. But regardless of how I think this half ends, it's only good and better for Team Boosted. It's good to end it 3-3 because that is obviously one less defensive round that you need on a defender-sided map. And if you win at 4-2, or head out of this half 4-2, then yeah, that is just even better, obviously. So we've seen this interesting setup coming back once again for Fractured Memories. This was the one that Team Boost did seem to have a little bit of trouble cracking open, but not so much right now. Hawks has already fallen to cash within the first, not even 30 seconds of the round, as the Valkyrie will not have a C4 on the board any longer. And there goes another, this one from Fenda. That one will miss as well. So costly utility usage so far from Team Boosted when you already are missing one piece is not really a good look for your team.
Yeah, it's not looking great for the C4. We've got one left, I believe, with the Shadows. Double Lucy does carry her choice of, I believe, the impact grenades or the lovely nitro cell. Going for the nitro cell here. Could be nice, but so far it has been a good move by Team Boosted, and now Vim might be the next on the list here. The next on the old chopping block, as he is getting pushed by so many individuals. It'll be Naled to take him down. Finally, he was up there for a while. Zenith has pushed down. This is a tough situation to come back from. Fractured Memories beginning to lose the grasp that they had for a while. And, well, with Team Boosted winning this one, like you said, that is a tremendous position to put yourself heading into your defensive half. Naled continuing to move around. Cash and Naled have been the top fraggers in the lobby, 7 and 8 kills respectively. There's another one. This time it comes from Nip, taking down Shadows. This is absolute dominance for this attack, as Fenda won't be able to do much. No fending off that move as Nip takes him out. Zenith in the ace clutch situation, going to be post-plant within 3 seconds. This one is just about as far in the books as you can ask for. Round number 6 doesn't look great, but hey, Zenith takes down Taco. Takes down Taco. No flawless round to be seen.
Waiting for it. Waiting for it. Here comes Zofia. Pistol duel. It's Naled. Wins it out. 4-2 on the attacking half with 2 plant victories so far for Team Boosted. They're making this map work well in their favor, as now they're headed onto that preferred defensive side. And it's going to take a lot. It's going to take that same aggression we saw from Fractured Memories. And while obviously teams teams play differently between the two sides, between attack and defense, it is still something to note, I believe, that it was a very cautious defense focused around crosses and holding angles from Fractured Memories, and we very well may see that similar, very aggressive type of defense coming out from Team Boosted that we saw from their attacking side. So the point I was going to make there, though, was that Fractured Memories, because they play very slow and very patiently and methodically on defense, that's plausible. It's believable that they would do the same on the attack. So looking to see at the least if they can make it work with a more aggressive attack and catch Team Boosted off guard, or really if Team Boosted is going to just run around with them at this point and just kind of run this map in whatever way they choose.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look really good. It'd have to be a great momentum shift for Fractured Memories to get back into it. So, here's to them doing what they can, and maybe a little bit of aggressive style movement will get them a couple of great wins and put themselves more into this game than they are right now, because certainly you can feel it start to slip away. We're 3 rounds away from Team Boosted taking the victory, 2 rounds away from them putting us on a match point, and, well, oh man, Fractured Memories certainly are not out of this, but they need to be more in it if they want to find themselves taking the win for this best of 1. Shadows making sure rotations are going to be a little bit more difficult. Yeets on out the window as his friend is coming in. Some beautiful movement here. Just great stuff as they continue the push towards the site. Now we are headed upstairs to kids' dorms on the 2nd floor. Except one of the biggest sites that we can see in COM. Just a massive, sprawling bomb site. And, well, let's see how the defense works around it.
Yeah, that also does benefit the defense, though. Or it benefits the attack, actually, as I was meaning to say. Just because there's so much more to defend for the defense. The good news is that a lot of that wideness in this site is dead space in a way, meaning that it is just very it's unmovable objects. And Goni is not going to be able to get his first impact trick off, instead losing half his health as a result. The second ace charge is going to come down as he's going to try and shoot it off and be unsuccessful, instead choosing to deal over just under 75% of Vim's HP there. He's going to drop back a bit to safety as he's lost half his health, but a great shot from Fenda is going to take the head right off of Cash. Fenda also lost a lot of his HP, so while it's not looking great for Team Boosted with this last 45 seconds, I wouldn't exactly say it's the end of the world as Goni is going to shot onto Zenith, taking off the head, and now he's feeling it at this point. Hawks is going to take back Taco at the least, but on the reload, no! Goni is too low HP to deal with the high fire rate of the AK-12, and he's going to leave it all up to Nalid and Nip, but in the meantime, a nice C4 from Nip is going to take out Hawks and put us into a 2-on-2 as Fenda has been down for a while, actually. Shadows finds Nip in the meantime, and it's just Nalid trying to get through, but no! Caught on the debris. Fractured Memories will win out a weird round all through and take this one on to 4-3.
Tremendous work from Fractured Memories. I mean, if we look at the round history, round 4, 5, and 6 started with opening kills from Team Boosted and ended with a win from Team Boosted. So, it's all good. It's good to see them back at it again. Fractured Memories had a little bit of a troubling time. They really struggled on the defense, only netting 2 wins, and like you said, maybe here's where the tide will shift for them. Maybe here's where they'll be able to turn it around and start slamming it on home. I'm excited to see if that is going to be the case. Let's see. Heading into round number 8, we're still sticking to the kids' dorms. We want to get this one shut down and do it right. Let's see if Team Boosted can correct some of the missteps that they had in the previous round and really go for the win. Hawks got 2 kills there. Those were the first kills he's gotten since round number 1, where he scored that epic 3K to put Fractured Memories in the lead. But maybe they're getting heated up here. Maybe this is where everything turns around and we see another shift in the momentum. Team Boosted only 1 round away from getting this tied up if they can't get the win here. We see the Frost coming out. Not an operator we see a whole lot, but I would love to see someone fall into one of her welcome mats.
Yeah, she's seen a good bit of, I'd say, bit more play, rather, in this past couple of weeks in this season, just because she got that ITA-12S sidearm shotgun, which has been seen a lot more people have been wanting sidearm shotguns, just because the operators that have a destruction are either key operators in mute and smoke, or they are weird operators like Castle, where you have to designate entire strats around it, or just stuff like that. Maestro, where he's caught in awkward spots in this very fast-paced meta as of late. So the Frost has been helping to deal with that fast-paced meta as well as having that sidearm shotgun. So kind of a 2-in-1, especially with that shield alongside her. Welcome Matt says, "Ooh, Nip's only going to take half of Fenda's HP, but not able to get the kill, dancing around the head of the sledge." Both of them now will go their respective ways.
Fenda gets out of that one scathed but not dead, which is nice. Zenith as well has taken a pretty significant amount of damage. Team Boosted doing some good job at getting the chips on, getting the chip damage out. Zenith on the rappel looking for a nice shot, but I think Goney understands that, and well, he's going to be waiting, holding out. Already has thrown the C4 away. Might have done a little bit of damage to somebody, but I didn't quite catch if it did. Team Boosted still have the lead. They'd like to extend that lead, and goodbye to that grenade as it's yeeted away by the lovely My Magnet. Oh, Venda almost fell victim, but it'll be Naled taking the first kill, finishing off Zenith. What was left of the poor Zofia will no longer be a viable option as an operator. Now Hawks making a move. There it is, a kill. Comes out, it's Fenda though, taking down Goney. The refrag from Nip finds Fenda instead, and a 4v3 in favor now of Team Boosted commences with under a minute to go.
Yeah, this final attack is looking pretty rough for Fractured Memories. They still have that wall open, and they've got an opening here, as now Shadows is going to increase that opening. Vim's taking a lot of damage in return, but he's found Taco, and Hawks also finds Nip. It's just up to Naled. This is insane so far from each member of Fractured Memories. The Nitro is not going to find any purchase or kill. The plant was not even coming down. Pushing forward, though. Oh, Naled's getting 2 big kills. He's not able to get the third, though. Hawks in a more tucked position than Naled was expecting is going to secure a 4th round for his team. That was looking very scary for a moment there, but Team Boosted not able to win it out.
No, and with that loss, it's tied back up to 4-4. So, looking like we could see an overtime matchup if it continues to go this way. Let's see how it's going to go. Now, at this point, it's interesting because, man, both teams kind of struggling on their defensive halves respectively. This continues for Fractured Memories. That would not be good.
Yeah, it would be pretty rough. So far looking very good for Fractured Memories. They are able to take 2 attacks so far on Kids, which leads to 6 attacks being successful on this map, interestingly enough. And, I mean, we already obviously said it. This half has been evened up so far, or rather the score line has already evened on up. Now 4 apiece. I feel like if things go the way I'm anticipating it to, we very well may be going the full length of this map at the least. But from here, we've got Taco playing an aggressive shield, much more aggressive than anticipated, especially considering that Nip is on the Clash anyway.
It's extra shield.
Yeah, double shield for the Clash. So you definitely can't shoot her at all. But this just feels like a waste of utility at this point. That Wire's going to take a hit from a Zofia. That, what do you call them? A Lucy Banshee is going to take a big hit as Vim takes a little hit. As no, actually, the Banshee will stay. But the Wire and the shield fall. Taco forced to play behind Nip, and Naled is still able to play here in front of Nip, but it's weird. Very weird standing as Taco is going to take the head off of Fenda in the meantime. Not really sure where, just kidding, it's on the back stairs.
So unfortunate again for the Sledge, him going down early. Not great, but there's Zenith with the refrag taking down Naled. Very, very nice indeed. So, tit for tat here. Nald has been pretty dang scary, 12-6, absolutely popping off recently, but unfortunately for his team, the defensive rounds have not been kind to them, and they're really looking to get this win. Now, I'm excited to see if Nip is going to be a really, really big operator. Will we see the Clash help to win this, or will she be just kind of an operator without a gun who can die when dealt with correctly? Of course, when you don't deal with the Clash correctly, she is a menace to society, an absolute devil to go up against, but we'll see how the Fractured Memories roster opt to deal with her. They did lose the Sledge, and I think the Sledge should have the ability to just run up to her and smash, just absolutely destroy her shield. I think that would be an epic, epic gamer move, but unfortunately that's not the case. Minute to go, Fractured Memories looking for their 3rd win in a row.
Yeah, trying to get something in this round. It's tough to deal with the Clash now that you have no Zofia stuns. A little bit wayward use there from Zenith on that one, as he will take a single shock from the Ashe, and rather the Clash, but it is the Ashe to go down from Goni. His Shadows is also going to lose out. It's just up to Zenith as Cash and Taco chime in with one apiece. It does appear that Taco's been downed by his own teammate C4, but the mobile shield has vision of everything. 15 seconds to go. That Mohawk is just shining through that shield. Down goes Zenith from a nice shot from Goni again. Man, doing work so on this SMG-11.
He really did. He had some nice shots. I mean, he had that one to open things off that was absolutely beautiful, and while closing off, very, very poetic for him. A good round indeed coming up from Goni. So, we are getting close to what very well could be the end of this matchup. Right now, Team Boosted have again the lead, and they're going to try to stick with it. Now, because they were able to get a 4-2 opening half, all they got to do is win 3 rounds in this half. That's not terrible. It's not too difficult, or shouldn't be too difficult, on a map that is esteemed as incredibly defender-sided. You should be able to do that pretty fine. And heading back upstairs to dorms, they elect again to bring the lovely Clash up, hoping that with her scary presence and, well, what seemed to be the inability to deal with her from Fractured Memories last round, will net them another round and put them in a match point. This could be the strategy that will crumple the hopes and dreams of Fractured Memories, but let's see if they can find a way to deal with her.
Yeah, we'll see if it can work out yet again here. As we're headed to kids for the 3rd time, interesting, to say the least. But regardless, it'll be now this 10th round. No operator changes on the side of Fractured Memories. They're sticking to their 5 ops, which are the standard 5 ops as of late. It's some capacity of a hard breacher, be it Ace, Hibana, the now exceedingly rare Thermite, Zofia plus Ashe, and then some combination of Sledge and Nomad.
Bye.
And that Zofia will find a very aggressive peek from Goenni. He will fall on a ill-advised, I'd say, a very ill-advised peek from the Mute.
Yeah, not where you want to be there, Mr. Man, and he's going to go down pretty early. I mean, yeah, it sucks. You didn't really do much at all, but I guess there could have been worse operators to have dead early on. Fed now getting tagged up a little bit, not too much damage at all, about 20 HP dipped away from him. Nip is holding out. This Clash is just going to hold in the attic for as long as she possibly can. Nip hoping to do so much of the time wasting that it'll be almost impossible to get the final execute in, and well, by golly, maybe it'll work for him. The Clash was again undealt with on the previous round, and well, maybe that's going to be a similar case, and they going to do a little bit of damage. Naled as well will take some additional HP loss, but still, Taco is able to get the refrag. There's Zenith going down. Could be the change as that is a Zofia no longer able to deal with the Clash, she is going to be incredibly difficult to root out of this position.
Yeah, it will be tough to deal with Nip. They still got a minute 15 to go. They still got a couple of drones in the pockets, actually all but 2 now, as the only third missing one was on Zenith. He's got 2, though, that will not be used. So, minute to go, and very quiet, all quiet here. On this map, as there's only just the sporadic use of utility from Vim trying to work something out. But now, slowly inching forward. Hawks is going to lose a lot of HP and his life thanks to the nitro and the bullets from Naled. Down below, Cash is getting aggressive now, trying to find Fenda, but he won't be able to before Fenda pushes forward. Taka will be found by Vim from the breach or from Pig. Not really sure where from. 20 seconds remain now. Defuse still has to be found, and not really much of a push in has been made by Fractured Memories. They still have to deal with this clash as well as Cash, who they have no clue of the position of. The sledge will go down to a hipfire headshot, as Nalid's not going to be able to clean up anything, but Cash for 2 from behind. Nalid will be able to confirm the round, give us a 6-4 scoreline now. 14 boosted as they are starting to cling their way back to life and bring themselves back on this round.
Well, the Clash has been a huge operator to bring in. I mean, both rounds she's here, both rounds they win. So maybe the winning strategy is to say, hey, Nip, pick up the Clash, and there she is again. There's just no way to deal with her, it feels like, for Fractured Memories, especially after the Zofia gets deleted. It's so difficult to get her out, and by the time you can make a push in, time is so low, it is just difficult to win, especially with Naled as well as Cash hitting their shots. This time we'll see the Buckaroni come back in. We saw Buck yesterday to some varying success on Clubhouse. I'm interested to see, does he? No, he does not bring in the pocket thermite charge. Instead, those lovely flash grenades will be his equipment gadget of choice. Gadget. No, what is it? Secondary gadget, I think is the
I think secondary. Yeah, I think it is secondary gadget.
Well, in any case, he's going to be trying to flash it up. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I do usually like the pocket. Did the buff go through on the last patch when like Zofia got her withstand removed? There was I think it's like got lowered by a second, so it's faster to go off and faster to place. So that was a welcome buff for a very underused gadget. But you're right, the Buck has seen a significant lack of play. I know the coach of the team that I work with for analysis stuff is a big fan of Buck and wants to constantly utilize Buck as our lone hard breacher with that gadget on maps
lone hard breacher
sites. Yeah, it's mostly for sites that we don't need a hard breacher and can benefit from, or like sites and maps that we don't need, like an Ace or a Hibana, and it can get away with that. But the original plan was always Lion with the hard breach charge, but he lost that. So, with that being said, though, away from that, Naled's going to miss some shots as this upstairs pressure is very slowly coming in from Fractured Memories. They are very cautious and taking their time with it, and Naled is punishing them for it, taking off the head of Hawks.
He is going to be out of it. Naled finds another. There's Fenda dead. Naled having a great little game. Somebody in the chat said they were excited to see how this ends. So let's see if, we are getting to what will most likely be a quick ending. Fractured Memories really have to pick it up from here on out if they want to get back into this game. 2 rounds in a row take us to overtime, and there's Cash taking out Vim. Goni gets goned on by Zenith. He's going to be down but not out. Zenith, now the last man standing all the way outside by his lonesome. It's the ace clutch to get it going on for poor Zenny boy. And, well, it doesn't look too good. Goni picked back up means it is a full 5 stack against a single operator. Now, the Zofia maybe can do it. Look at this. The Clash is moving out. Everybody's moving out. Nalid and Nip now on the ground. Oh my goodness. Zenith is absolutely beaming and memeing right now. Gets the double kill and keeps it going on. A trip now comes through as well with that lovely pistol shot. Low HP though, Cherish. I don't know if Zen can clutch it up, but that would be a tremendous show.
Well, he's got Goni very low, but from below, I knew it was going to happen. Either from the Nitro or from the shotgun, Taco was going to clean it on up. 7-4 goes our scoreline on Oregon. As regardless of those last 3 rounds, which was a flawless rotation, so well done to Team Boosted, that was still a very attacker-sided Oregon. That was very weird that we saw 6 rounds go the way of the attack. So, I kind of liked it a lot.
It was a fun game. I mean, especially that final round. I thought Zenith had a chance to clutch it up. I mean, that was pretty epic. But
he did have a chance.
For him, he did. He had a great chance. I mean, it had I think it was Taco the last man standing, not been waiting for him underneath, and he was, in a bad position. Maybe it could have been it, but a 4K certainly not too shabby at all. So that'll be our game number 1 over, wrapped up, and done. Next up, we do have the excellent team of It Worked taking on Strike X. It'll be exciting to see how that goes. It Worked so far undefeated, and well, they're looking to continue that as they face this matchup. So I do believe we'll take a short little break. We'll come back when everything is set up, and then we'll extend our series into match number 2. So don't go too far. We'll be right back with more excellent Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah.
All right, welcome on back, guys. Thank you for a bit of the wait. Had some Uplay issues there as we were getting players through the lobby and getting things sorted, but we are set to go now. We are ready to see how this one's going to turn out. If you were not with us beforehand, I am Cherish, joined with me off to my left, my right, the right of your screen, my left. Who knows? Directions are hard. That's Slay over on there. And Slay, how are you looking up for, or how are you feeling about this one coming up?
Well, Cherish, I'm very excited, man. If we look at the stats, if we look at the standings, it worked. Currently is 3-0. They're one of the best in their division, and StrikeX, unfortunately, hasn't yet found a dub. So a little bit of a tough situation for StrikeX, just based on the statistics. This is going to be a difficult one to win, but I mean, you know what? If StrikeX can really dig in there and really go for something big, this could be a massive upset for them, which would be very exciting to watch. It Works actually came in here as a little bit of an underdog, and they have rocked everybody's world since they really stepped up to the plate and have shown nothing but greatness. But let's check out the map bans.
Yeah, like we saw last time, we saw a couple. It was interesting to see that Theme Park made it so deep into the last map bans. Same thing, though, for this one. We're going to see it run out Consulate and Coast up first. As we're slowly working our way through, down goes Theme Park a bit earlier this time through, so nothing there. We're down to Oregon and Club. Do we get Oregon Part 2? No. Good news. There is some good news in this world. And it's that we are going to Clubhouse and not Oregon Part 2. So, now that we have gotten that out of the way, thankfully, it is going to be interesting to see as of late in this past meta, or in this more recent meta, rather, we've seen Clubhouse start to even out more in favor of the attack as compared to the defense. The attack definitely has a better time now that there are 4 reliable hard breachers on the board, being Thermite, Thatcher, Hibana, and Ace all together. Or not Thatcher, sorry. Thermite, Maverick, Ace, and Hibana all together. And we'll be seeing which of those bite the dust at the moment. It will be Strike X on the attack. So we'll get to see what It Worked wants to put up for this one and how they're going to want to handle their defense as we start off with the Hibana ban, which is just as expected as of late because she does work on this map. Like I was saying before in the last game, she's now able to get 4 hatches, so you can really stall out that, the impact tricking on Kitchen Hatch especially, with just the 2 pellets, and just keep going until they have no more impacts or until they let something burst through. So it is very interesting to see, but also a Thatcher will be going off the board. You can expect a Cade as well, I would assume.
Man, I've casted for like a year now, and it's always been Thatcher being banned. It's been the meta since I started out here, man. It's absolutely insane how powerful he can be. He really is a great enabler for so many different things, shutting down utility, making sure walls can get opened up easily. I mean, even with his changes that, it's not permanent anymore. He disables them for a good amount of time. It doesn't straight up destroy them. Still such a powerful operator, just constantly banned out. Valkyrie and Mira are going to be the defensive operators to be seen gone. Very, very nice. Valkyrie, let's see, we saw her yesterday played, and they had this lovely spot in the kitchen. They put her black guy right in the deep fryer, man. Got all sorts of great information and lots of cholesterol with that one. But no Valkyrie to be seen, no Mira. We do have the Umai coming from Shiba, not Shiba, as I previously stated his name and got flamed for. But I'm excited to see how this goes. Heading downstairs, Church Arsenal. That's going to be round number 1, and let's see how it'll go.
Yeah, we'll get to see. So, Church Arsenal first on the board. As we'll be seeing natural swap off the Capital and onto the Ace. Capital is also a weird operator on this map just because he's able to be flexed on into this map. Even though he doesn't really fit very well, as Korn will drop out of the lobby. I'm not sure what's going to be done about that, but
It happened. It's very ominous.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if his power can come out. So, all right, rehost has been called, so we get to go back to our lovely faces, believe. That should be fun.
Oh.
10 seconds remaining.
As, well, I actually have been caught in the act of writing down names. So,
There's your nice little head. Looking so good, man.
top of my head.
Writing down names, huh? What is this? You on Death Note, man? What are you doing? Come on.
No, I just like to remember who's on what roster. I've picked it up from other people. So with that, yeah. So nothing can be really talked about further about this map just because it's nothing came of it really, you know?
We didn't
even have a round. Yeah, we didn't see anything. We didn't even have a round. So interesting.
I mean, yeah, we had the operators at least, but a lot of those looked pretty standard when it came down to it. I mean, we saw the 6-pick on the Capital, or was it off of the Capital? And then we saw the pulse get switched out to the Jaeger as well. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hopefully going to be a quick rehost. We can get back into the flow of things, but unfortunate for a man to disappear off of the face of this world. Hopefully he gets back. I mean, I don't know if he's got an SSD, that boot up time should be near instant.
Yeah. So, it is interesting, I will say at least, that what is her name? Shoot. Cade got left up. That's what I was interested in. So it's very interesting that Cade still made it on through, just because the Thatcher was banned out early on. It's interesting. It makes sense why Strike X wouldn't ban it. You kind of want to force the other team into banning it. It's a risky thing because obviously we just saw it happen. It's risky to force the other team into banning it because then they might not even just ban it. Like we just saw, Mira was prioritized over the Cade ban. But yeah, you can usually force the other team and get away with banning whatever you want. So, yeah, the Valkyrie was taken off the board, interestingly enough. And there's a lot of nooks and crannies that you could hide those black eye cameras in, but we won't be seeing that. So interesting. I definitely say an interesting pick ban phase that has come on through, at least from this one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, you do have the Maverick up to take care of the Kaid, which does. I mean, when it's like Maverick and Thatcher banned, it has to be Kaid next. But I guess there's like a little bit of a change. You just take 8 years and saw through that dang hatch, what you could do to try to mitigate the Kaid. But yeah, it is interesting that he was left up. But you know what? That's just the way it's gonna be. Hibana, definitely a good operated ban out. Like you're saying, just the ability to take down so many hatches is absolutely insane. I mean, look at the other hard breachers. For Thermite, he's only got 2 exothermic charges, and with impact tricking being as prominent as it is, very, very hard to actually get that successfully going. And then with our lovely Ace, it takes 2 Selma charges to take down a single hatch. Not very effective, not very efficient. And, well, Maverick takes his dang time doing it. And it can definitely take a lot of damage as well from impact tricking and C4s and everything that can be in your way when you're trying to get that going on. So it'll be interesting. I mean, hatches definitely play a big part in this map. Going downstairs to Church Arsenal, which is the first site that I believe we saw before the rehost, is going to be interesting to see how they go for it. I don't know. We saw a lot of yesterday in the game. We saw a lot of dirt pressure, and well, the defense had a great handle on it. So I'm excited to see they stick a smoke in there with a shield, hold that route as long as you can. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if and when we ever get back to that game, how it all flows out. Again, it worked statistically, has been a tremendous team, and StrikeX really need to put themselves out there to prove that they can hang with the top in their division.
Yeah, it is gonna be. I mean, to be completely honest, it is a bit of an uphill climb for Strike X, and they'll be having to try and find any opening that they can, especially considering that they are starting on the attacking side. It's going to be very rough for them to try and find some opening, find something to make happen, to get done. So, with that being said, I think it worked, even though I did mention before, and I did say before, that it worked is on the preferable side. I think as of late, with the being on the attack, I still think it is in favor of it worked coming in on this defense side. So I'm interested if StrikeX is going to pull out anything interesting to try and really get themselves on top in this game, because they definitely need any advantage they can get.
Well, we do have a little bit of information, and it says that they will be here in roughly 3 minutes. So we'll see how that's going to go, and we might just kick it to a break. Yeah. Okay. It sounds like we will just kick it to a short break, and we've waffled on enough. We'll be back when the action resumes, so don't go too far, because we will be returning shortly, hopefully shortly. So we'll be right back.
tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna, 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 I wanna.
Dear friends, welcome back again. After a short break, we have returned to the land of Siege, ready to go. I think we're ready to go. We have the players returning into the lobby, and hopefully everything's set up. Luckily, all we got to put in is well, operator bans, no round history, because we didn't get in past the prep phase on round number 1. So hopefully we'll be able to jump back into the game. Again, it is going to be Strike X taking on It Worked. It Worked currently leading their division, and Strike X currently not leading their division at all. But here we go into the game, round 1 on the lovely clubhouse.
Oh, caught the pass in the middle of the stretch. So subbing on in, Seafoles will be dropping on in here in place of Korn and his lost internet. So we will be seeing, I believe, the Church Arsenal once again. Yes, indeed. As it will be a pretty standard lineup from the side of Strike X. They are running everything that you would usually expect, as they have brought out that Zofia Ash, the Hard Breacher, plus the Sledge, and then that 5th spot. So I was mentioning this last map, for those who are unaware. The attack is kind of force funneled into this standard composition at this point between a combination of strong operators as well as defensive utility necessitating certain things. So, Zofia Ash are both omnipresent, basically. Sledge is almost always present. Some capacity of a Hard Breacher in Ace's spot, be it Ace, Sledge, or Ace, Maverick, Thermite, or Himana. And then that 5th spot, which is now occupied by the Maverick, is either a second Hard Breach, or it is a flank watch like Nomad, or it's some utility like an IQ, Twitch, or who else sees a lot of play? Ying rarely, I guess. Capitao would also fit in that spot. So it's a very boring time in Siege, I think, for the attacking side. Even though they are attacking favored, or rounds are attacking favored, it's boring to see that the attack is so just consistent with the same operators. But already, Seafoles and the rest of Strike X are working on a roam clear for a very downstairs focused defense without much roaming. And that makes these rounds very quiet, very boring, really.
That's just how it goes here at Clubhouse, man. I remember back in the old days, we used to just say this a lot. You just got to sit here for a good amount of time before anything finally happens. And, well, it just doesn't change. It's just how it is. You got to set yourself up for the offense. You got to make sure that, you can have their presence the way it needs to be and get the utility out. You've got to, try to get the roamers under control, push everyone down and side. And it's a very difficult thing to do, but I mean, the good thing is once we head down sub 1 minute, we should start seeing action just flow on in. The problem is getting to that minute, and there's taking down Eamon with a beautifully placed, lovely Nitro Cell. That's It Worked with the opening frag of the series, and well, it might be uphill from here. Let's see if it work can continue that. Another C4, this time for Millies, takes down Natural. This is starting to look a little rough. Baited with a refrag does find Millies. That's the Kai dead, gone, and out of it. And he's got some good positioning here with the help of the ace. Some lovely line of sights right into the church part of the bomb site. And, well, with 35 seconds to go, he needs to find a couple more kills alongside his teammate to really push them into an advanced position.
Yep, Wingman's, though, is going to help cut down some of those teammates as Sav finds his second and his third. Quick headshot on Debated allows him to transfer over to Noodle. In the meanwhile, like I had said, Wingman's had found Seafoals down in the the oil pit tunnel, as I drew a really weird squiggle for my check mark to say that it worked, won their round, but they did indeed. So, with that being said, moving forward, should be going up to CC second, as is expected, the standard rotation. Some teams have been having a weird flex with bringing in Jim Bedroom early on, be it second or even first. But for the most part, it is some capacity. It's usually now CC or Church Arsenal is the default site to pick, followed by CC, just because I had mentioned the attacker side is much more favored because you're always going to be guaranteed 2 hard breachers now, no matter what. And usually that is Ace Thermite if you're guaranteed any hard breachers at all. And then you have, so like, it's so nice to have, while it does take up 3 operator slots, always on this map at worst, you're going to have some combination of 2 hard breachers and maybe Thatcher or 3 hard breachers. So it works out very well to have that, but yeah, it is going to be the Ace Maverick that is left up and chosen by StrikeX. No Thermite picks at all. Thermite has seen, when he doesn't need to be picked, Thermite does not see much play comparatively to any of the hard breachers. He is like 4th on the totem pole for hard breachers.
Poor Thermite.
Yeah, poor Thermite, honestly. How the mighty have fallen, I guess, but that is because he does not have the versatility that Mr. Maverick does, as he is burning his way off this wall very slowly. In the meantime, though, Emin is going to die yet again. This time, though, not to a nitro cell, but instead the bullets of Millies.
Fortunate way to start round number 2. Dead is the sledge, and it works. Finds again the early man advantage. Last time we saw it kind of spiral out of control. I think we did see Beta get a kill. Was he the only one to find a kill in that round? I'm not quite sure, but it definitely was very, very heavily favored. It works. There's another Millies just popping off. Going to survive the engagement, but not for long. Seafoals is ready to gather him up and, well, put him down to rest. 4v3 situation in favor of it worked. Or it works. It worked. It works. Wait, what's their name? I don't know. But it is. It worked. Okay. I'm tripping for a minute there, but Noodle tagged up under 50 HP. The advantage certainly stands for it worked.
Yeah, so big advantage so far as Seafoal struggling to get his ace charges on the wall. Gonna get his 3rd on up, see if it has some success here. And it will, yes, it will, as I hear it going off. But Doxg is gonna cut down some of that success. Finds the head of Baited. The Zofia will fall just up to a half health Noodle and a 3/4 health Seafoals, the Ace and Maverick, that hard breach duo, doing some work. So, that being said, they will be struggling here as a empty phone call goes off. No nitro to be found. Shiba's not able to find the head either of the Noodle or any damage. We are kind of just tracking our way to the inevitable at this point. I doubt Seafoals gets a plant down as Noodle goes down, getting an entry and a shotgun to the face from Doxg. Going to confirm his 3rd kill of the round. Move us on forward.
Oh, that M590 certainly does tear through people at close range. And SMG-11, I mean, when people play it the way they can, it certainly turns into a little bit of a terrifying weapon to go up against. I mean, the ability to kill anybody with a single shot to the head is tremendous in this game, but also the rate of fire is so high for that SMG, and if you can control it well, you really do become a force to be reckoned with, as Doxy has just shown us. Heading in, it's going to be Jim Bedroom looking for the flawless rotate out of this. Let's see if they can grab it and run away. The Frost comes out again. As you said, she kind of is beginning to find a place more and more into this meta a little bit. Has that secondary shotgun to help with reconstruction of the walls. And, well, the Frostmat can certainly do a lot of good work at making sure, you know what, if people are just rushing in here, they're not thinking they're going to be punished for that. Gives some extra brainwaves a chance to be utilized here for the attacking team, which sometimes can cause them to overlook other things, perhaps. Who knows what the mental game is going to be with all these Frostbats laying around, but it worked. Has certainly gained themselves a nice little bit of a lead, with Millie's, Doxy, and Sav looking like the top fraggers in the lobs right now. 2 kills have come back from Strike X, 1 per round, 1 from Bait in round number 1. Seafoles was able to take down Millie's in round number 2, but that's all the damage they were able to deal, and there's a lot more coming at them. It worked. So far is outclassing Strike X within the first 2 rounds, but then again, Cherish, that's just the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, it is so far just 2 rounds, but I don't think that really you can. I don't think you can count out Strike X, but you have to still talk about it, I think. There is a bit of a swap up here. Seafoles moving away from the Ash as it's given over to Natural. They're just going to swap up their operators here. I like that Ace always has that. I know it's like a heat protective mask or something, but I like that it just looks like a sock, like, you know, it's like a homemade Halloween costume where you're like a little kid. You're like, I want to be a bank robber. The only robbery that's happening here, though, is Sav able to pick up Natural and get away with it down below in the middle of Lounge. So, bit of a crime that Sav has not been punished for that, but still a good find for It Works yet again. It worked.
Well, there's more. Sheba takes down Seafoles with a refrag. Eamon takes down Sav. So, again, kills coming out, but are they enough? It's a 4v3 advantage to It Worked. Eamon looking for more here. Pulls out that SMG-11. The nade will be cooked to prime brilliance, and no, the tragedy of Dark Play against the nade, as everybody just gets killed, and it's all over in round number 3. That was sad to see. I hate people blowing themselves up with nades because I understand the pain so well, but it worked. We'll take the flawless rotation and keep it on going.
Well, that's rough, but like you said, Jim Bedroom goes the way of It Worked. We're able to head back down to Church Arsenal as another operator swap up comes on in. I'm interested who's going to swap to the Maverick. Just kidding. It's nobody. We don't care about hatches in this game, according to Strike X.
Attackers need to locate
and we don't care that Cade is on the board because we are going to bring Dokkaebi, Jackal, and Ying and try and blitz our way into sight while not really dealing with utility. There are 6 smokes on the board. There are 2 concussions, 2 frag grenades, 3 Ying charges, and no other extra flashbangs. So, kind of just, you got 1 shot at an execute, it looks like, and if you can't make it work, then it is doomed, because there is a lot staring you back in the face. There is still a lot of, there's going to be a couple my discs, there's still 3 ADSs, there's still Doxy's shield, which should be down in dirt, I would have to assume. There's still the 2 nitros as well from Sav and from Millie's, so there's a lot looking back at Strike X here for a very anti-utility focused attack.
Well, you know what? You were saying how you're tired of the meta for the attack being so consistent, always the same. Well, Strike X heard your pleas and they said, watch this. We're bringing in, like, I guess it's only 3 operators that we really don't see. Zofia and Ace, of course, still integral parts of any team, it seems. But hey, some new operators to be found out is very exciting. And, well, Wingman getting pinged out by the Jackal might give them an opportunity to try to get some big frags going their way. Now, so far, It Worked has taken the opening kill, and this will be the first time that it doesn't go their way. Seafuls gets it going for Strike X. That's tremendous. Maybe this will go completely the opposite side, and it looks like it might. Seafuls finds another, but Millie's there with a refrag on a Noodle. Interesting situation. Now, like you said, though, it's going to be very important that when they go for this execute, it works out well. But if they can continue to press the envelope with this man advantage, they should have a good chance of just running over this defense. But there it is, Sheba taking down Natural. I still have the inclination to call him Shaba, but I'm trying my best not to. However, Eamon takes him down. It's a 2v3.
Whoa. Faded shoots his shot his explosive round right into the wall in front of him, causing him to lose half his health. As Seafull is stranded on his lonesome, he's still got to face down Millie's as well. In the meantime, Emin did fall to Millie's, so no Jackal on the board. They just have a singular smoke to their name, and that smoke is gone. DoxG on the smoke is going to find that. Nitro Cell ripped behind him as DoxG swinging out with the SMG 11. Despite the opening frag going the way of Strike X, they're not able to make the round work. As
that was a
quick little one from DoxG, former CL player on Guidance before they became bracket blessed. Which they definitely were going into CL, but away from that, he has hit some great shots with that SMG-11 today. He's doing fantastic work here for It Worked, as it is indeed working so far, because Noodles on the glass now.
I like it, man. They're going for the switch up here, but wow, look at this. They switched to the Warden to counter the Ying, but I mean, they also counter a lot of the Glass. Well, I guess Glass is still going to have a little bit of advantage with that massive, just disgusting weapon he brings. But, I mean, being able to see right back might give them an edge here with the Warden heading up to CCTV. We'll see if it can go their way. Now, we only bring one hard breacher for Strike X, and that is going to be the Maverick, which tells me a one-dimensional push is going to be a very big risk that they will run. You don't have the Ace to try to come around and break down construction. You don't really have a lot of options here, so I'm interested to see how Strike X moves through this, but again, it's just been unsuccessful. It seems whatever they try is met by the brick wall of It Worked, and well, they have to do something to get out of that, and well, this is what they've opted into. Seafuls 3 and 4, and then 2 and 4, 1 and 4 for Baited. The only kills coming out for It Worked, you've got Millie's and Doxy, both of them popping off. Sav with 4, Sheba with 2, and Wingman with a single frag to his name.
Yeah, definitely. You can just see a tale of two worlds, really, at this point. It is just so different between these two teams. But, like you had mentioned, that lone hard breacher getting to work here on the wall. The Seafuls trying to make some what appears to be impromptu art, as Sheba with a great shot onto the silenced Type 95. Interesting weapon of choice, but the Ying will fall, and that definitely does help out a lot with the Warden, just because you don't have to look through as much or deal with as much, as Sav is going to deal with the Jackal, also helping the Warden. There's only one set of smokes now left on the board on Noodle. Good news, at least, is that there is no more frag grenades, or rather the only frag grenades are on Seafuls, and it's not on Noodle. But still, this attack, like you had mentioned, is very one-dimensional. It's very soul wall focused, and it's going to be a problem, as trying to push through a Banshee is not advised. Trying to push through a Banshee is not advised. Again, Millie's almost loses his body to some shots from the glass through the smoke.
Get his feet. Get his feet.
Oh, not able to. He's just sitting out here trying to find his first frag. He finds one. Oh, he takes Doxy down to half. But this Doxy's peeking him with the 12. Peeking him with the SMG 12 at this point. But Wingman, what is going on with this round?
It is. Right. It is just falling apart, man. There is no round left. It's just. Oh man, there it is. Saab is
outpeaked him.
Wow. Smoked, says Natural. Saab, what a shot, man. Good grief. That is a nice one, Saab, and It takes their 5th round in a row. This is oh my goodness, Josh. This is not looking good at all. I mean, we are staring down the barrel of a 7-0. Oh my goodness. I mean, has been a tremendous team, but Strike X are striking out, and it's unfortunate to see. It really, really is. Here's Thermite getting some love. We have the Kali as well coming in, and Jackal making some more moves upstairs again. It's going to be the second flawless rotation if this goes through, and I mean, this game has got to be as good as over. A comeback from Strike X would be one of the most amazing things I've ever seen, but it worked. I really am excited for playoffs to see it will go up against some of the great teams that we see, in especially the other division. I mean, there's Aerial Arise. They can take on Dallas Vendetta, Trust Only Your Squad. A lot of great opponents for this team, and I think we're gonna have a good end game for this league for this season. But right now, Strike X is just struggling to get anything on board. It is a little painful at times to watch it happen, but maybe the blitz coming in will help them find a big fat dub.
5 seconds to go.
Yep. So, I mean, Thermite comes out like you said, but yeah, I think Thermite and Baited on Zofia is the only normal thing really. Kali is also on the board. Her changes that came through were weird to say the least. We'll see how Noodle fares with that new and improved, not really improved rather, but the new at least, newly affected. What is the gun called again? I forget what the full name of the sniper. Oh, CSRX. There we go.
Why did they take away the gun names from, like, because we can't see.
I just noticed that.
It's really, like, I don't know, because there's a kill from Stav taking out Eamon, but when I was new to casting, I banked on that a lot, knowing I mean, that's what taught me. I mean, now I know them all, but it's just kind of weird that they took that away.
Yeah. I don't bank on it as much anymore, but yeah, I definitely did for a little bit there. And now not being able to see it, having to go through it by memory with like operators that like Kali that you barely see.
Yeah.
Like it's hard to say the least.
Zero's no good. I have no idea what Zero's gun is called.
I don't either. The only thing I can tell is Wingman is taken down by Noodle and the SMG9. That's one I remember. Shiba with another kill as well in his C-Foles. I think it's SC3000, SK3000?
It's something like that, yeah.
It's one of those two. I know it's got a 3000 and it starts with an S.
I don't know. It was always nice. It was just like a little crutch when I was new, and there's Millie's fighting Natural. Oh man, some shots go the other way, and well, now Baited taking a little bit of damage. Down to Baited Noodle here, so you got the Zofia. Oh wow, okay, Shiba gonna take down Noodle as he just drops on in. Baited looking for the clutch up of a lifetime here would be tremendous. Otherwise, it's double flawless rotation for the dub here, 6-0. This is a sad sight to see, just a slaughter, and maybe it turns around magically here as the side switch. Maybe we're just seeing an ultra defender sided map of Clubhouse, but I fear that Strike X's game will be over shortly. Let's see if they can get a couple of good rounds in before we see It Work shut him down.
Yeah, I definitely fear that this is it as we head to bar and stock.
Wow, that's great. I never
Yeah.
see it ever.
Well, feast your eyes on bar or stock because I think it's the first we're gonna see of it, and probably, hopefully, the last. But at least I don't know if this is an actual strat. The thing is, it looks like a semi-comparable or competent strat lineup from StrikeX here. You have long-range guns in the Doc and the Rook. There's still a lot of rotation play allowed from Baited, considering how many hatches exist on this map and going around. And yeah, that's about all I got. There's a lot of roam potential in the Oryx and Vigil together, but I'm trying to make it work. I'm trying to, like, give reason to this.
It's just not a good
right.
sight. Okay, well, here they go.
I tried.
Oh man, StrikeX is having a good time, man. That's what I like to see. But yeah, this site just not good. I mean, it's so easy to get into it. It's right there. The door, it opens up, and you can plant immediately thereafter. There's so many problems with the map. There's Shiba taking down Noodle. The refrag from Natural comes out, but Sav is back there. Natural dies, and well, so does Sav. Seafalls gets it back. It's a very back and forth round, all things considered, which is good for StrikeX. Let's see if they can get the dub here. Make a name in as well. He's sneaking around as that 1-speed Doc, having a little bit of a roam with it. Here's Shiba as well, though. Find some shots on, but he's gonna get lit up badly. Baited. Looking for the win on this gunfight.
Yeah, 3-on-3. There's so much info for Shiba here. He tries to go for the peak. The drone is still on that spot, calling out right where Baited is. And nothing will come of it just yet. It's insane to think that, alright, Shiba's missing his shots. As now Baited will fall thanks to Millies at the least. It's crazy to think that we are only a minute into this round, or now a minute and a half, and it's 5 total operators left on the board, or I guess 5 if you consider what little bit remains of Shiba. He still is a gun though, and he still is walking. So I guess you have to count him, even if he will be taken down in an instant from either of these rifles on the side of StrikeX. Seafoal is trying to get what he can done, as Emin is going to find one, as well as Seafoal is finding Shiba. It's just up to Doxg here, 1 versus 2. The Doc still has all his stims. Seafoal still has a lot of HP. Bar Stock might be having a 100% success rate at this point, as the nade is not going to hit. Doxg's caught looking at it, and Emin does deny the 7-0.
Legendary plays.
Good news.
Oh man.
Good news, it's not a 7-0. Bad news, StrikeX cannot go back to Bar Stock.
Oh no, they got to win 2 more sites.
They got to win 2 rounds.
Then go back to Stock. They're heading downstairs to Church Arsenal, which is usually the first site you head to on your defense map. But you know what? Stock worked out pretty dang nicely for them. I mean, maybe it's that thing where, oh, you never play it, you never attack against it, or you don't know how to attack against it, and then the defense just wins. Maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe it's a new meta to go to sites that no one ever goes to, but then people will learn how to attack those sites, and it's all for naught. You have to keep Stock just like in its nice little place where you never go to it ever, so no one knows how to attack it, and then one day you bring it out and you win. That's how it's going to be. But StrikeX has already used their trump card, and where are they going? Let's go marching one.
Oh, so what they're doing? The site is downstairs, and they're going to prep up top, like it's up top. So they're hoping that it works, goes upstairs to attack upstairs.
Man, this doesn't work outside of casual, right? This doesn't work outside of casual.
Bomb site hasn't been found.
It has not been found. Maybe they won't know. This would be epic gamer times if they never find out. I would love this so much. This is a great game.
They have to know.
I mean, how could
Right?
you not? At
So
this level of gameplay,
yeah.
Millie's down there. Okay. Millie's just very, very confused. He's like, where do they go? Where is the enemy?
Oh!
No, Raymond! Get him out of the nuts! Oh my gosh!
What is... So Emmons found 3 kills, and Baited found another. Baited! Drake X has a flawless round.
Are you kidding me? This is amazing.
Wow.
This is absolutely amazing. How do they do that? Just like they kept walking in and Eamon just kept killing him. Eamon just ate up. There's no understanding how this game is gonna go. I am invariably very confused, but all I know is this, Cherish. If they make it back to stock, it's over. It's game over if they get another chance at
If
stock.
we can get back to stock, we're going all the way. So, with that being said, now we're actually going to gym bedroom.
Let's go downstairs. Please go downstairs. Oh.
They might actually be doing like this might be a real setup. So
Yeah.
we're gonna be seeing Noodle setting up downstairs. He's got some reinforcements down for himself. He's gonna be setting up to try and nitro late, I believe. It's very interesting that he's down there. This is a whole interesting setup and lineup being brought by Strike X. Just because normally you would see something like this,
10 seconds to insert.
this pulse be assisted by a castle to really enable his roam play and roam potential. But he doesn't have that. Instead, he's got a Cade, I guess, and Strip. So that can assist him. Not sure what it's going to do, but he doesn't have any assistance outside of his walls, and it feels a little tough to be going for. So we'll have to see, as this is a full main floor defense, it feels like, actually, from Strike X. I think everyone has left the top floor.
I love this. This is like some of the best gameplay we've ever seen, man. This is exciting stuff. That absolute just destruction that they had in the previous round was amazing, and it just hopefully it's a gift that keeps on giving. Strike X might be in it for the long game now. Maybe they've shifted the momentum entirely. It worked. Just got a flawless round done to them, and well, that's got to sting a little bit. You had them 6-0, 6-1, and now 6-2. I mean, they're making their moves, but Sav is going to take down even the man who has been driving this force over and over again is off the board, and that might be all they needed to do to make SX kind of struggle here. Still, the Pulse going to give out some good information, get the pings out, understand that there's a lot of people out there, a good amount of them, chilling right by his location. And there's Sheba going to get gunned down by Natural. The refrag from Saw for the double kill comes out. Millie's as well picks up one. And now things looking worse for wear. Baited and Seafool's left alone in a 2v4.
Yeah, Baited at this point is going to be playing for a Nitro somewhere off pings from the Maestro cams. Outside of that, it is up to Seafool's essentially on his lonesome here, trying to do what he can. So, Site Execute coming in at the same time as Seafool's has not yet, or Baited rather, has not yet thrown up that C4. Sav is patiently waiting and watching for him. Not going to land any bullets onto the Bandit as he's slowly inching his way actually on a flank up pool. Unaware of where Sav is, the Nitro is going to be denied. Baited is taken down, and Seafool's also falls. Looked a little off there for a second as the 7-0 did not come through. 7-2 in the end, though, is our scoreline. And pretty expected as it worked, has now secured their first place in going into playoffs. They cannot get any lower, I think, even if they lose next week, but I would doubt they lose next week.
I think right now they're the only team in the entire league that is undefeated. Is Trust Only Squad took their first loss yesterday to Dallas Vendetta, and yeah, I mean they are killing it. They are absolutely eating up, and they have dominated everybody they seem to go up against. I'm excited to see how they continue to play, and we'll have to find out how it all goes. But that is all for tonight. We have both of our games completed. Great 7-4 team boosted one on game number 1. And next up is going to be Valorant.
Yeah, we've got Striking Vipers coming up next on the Valorant side of things versus Front side. So stick around if you're interested at all in that. But otherwise, that is it from Slay and I. That will be all from the two of us. No more Siege on the night and no more Siege on the week. So come back through to next Monday, where if I can pull up the thing really quickly, unless it's going to get inevitably yelled in my ear for our final week. On Monday, big games coming up. Aerial Rise versus Fractured Memories and Lucent versus Dallas Vendetta.
Little stack there.
That will be started on Monday. Tuesday does look a little bit better. It's boosted. Well, it's boosted against Toys and then Black Mamba and Phantom Rose. Couple interesting games going on next week to finish out our regular season. But other than that, thank you guys so much for watching this week and for sticking around for tonight's games. We appreciate it from myself and Slay, from our producer, Hyper, and from today's observers in Max and Nee. We appreciate you guys for watching. Thank you so much for that. And we hope you guys have a good night.
And welcome everybody to another day, another season, another week. Our beautiful upsurge right now here from Valorant. Say here, man, I'm Rapture Ravage. It was Rapture Ravage there to join here today for the very first time by senior Ty. How you doing, Ty?
I'm doing good. How are you doing, my man?
Oh man, you know me, bro. I'm doing fan-freaking-tastic here, baby. I'm never not. It's always a good day to be looking at some fantastic Valorant on option, and I'm excited to see it. I'm so hyped to get some pew-pews going on, some bam-bams, and maybe some blom-bloms. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm very happy I get that message across. I wasn't too sure, if we were going to be on the same wavelength here, but like I'm glad you're catching on real quick, Ty. Which that being said, though, Ty, tonight we got for y'all the fantastic match coming at you too. I believe we got Striking Vipers versus Frontside today is the one we centered on. Striking Vipers and both Frontside have been back and forth within the league. They're at a 1-2 record for both of them. So both of them right now are looking to prove themselves within UPL to see if they can edge out one over the other. But the records haven't been too great though. Now for you, Ty, just a quick question: what would you want to look for in a team? Perhaps looking to adapt their play style here in Valorant.
Definitely the ability to adapt to different situations, be able to rotate throughout the different sites and hold the site. Once you're on the attack side, once you plant the bomb, being able to hold the site and make sure a retake is unsuccessful is going to be key to the success here today.
I imagine so. Now, with that being said, we do have all the maps and bans already well and decided too. These ones laid out in front of you. Striking Vipers took out Haven off the board, and Icebox was taken off by Frontside, which is it's sad. I love me some Icebox. I don't know how you feel about it. So I think it's such a fun map with how open it is, and it allows for way more opportunity. So we will be going to Bind first, with Striking Vipers' choice. Next is Set, and the tiebreaker will be Split. What are your thoughts on Bind?
Bind, really a 50-50 map, depending on how the teams play. The teleports provide a really good scenario here for quick rotations throughout the two sites. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do.
I'm excited for it as well, man. Because like you mentioned, right, those teleporters are the ones that can really define whether or not teams are able to, like you said, perform quick rotations, get in, out of sights, get the bomb down, and especially when it comes down to those post-plant positions. If you, like you said, hold down a site, adapt to the opponent's play style is what makes it a lot more fun. And they're going down into set as well. I find the same sort of sentiment carries, yeah?
Yeah, 100%.
For sure. Now it's because Ascent 2 is definitely one of those maps where it's fun, it's short, it's easy, but it's also so extremely defender-sided too. So, Ty, if you were to go on to Ascent, try to attack one site, on the retake, would you prefer to take over A or B, you think?
Personally, I'm more of an A guy myself.
Starting.
Okay, all right, respects. But I mean, we're gonna find out as you head on back into the match here. Inside the Bind will be the one selected now. One within the first match. So, one agent that definitely want to look out for between both these teams will be the Raze. Right, Raze is an agent that's been so crucial, and I find this is probably her best weapon where you can use her utility to the absolute greatest potential.
Yeah, the ability to just use quick rotates up and down different elevations with those blast packs. And then the boom bot as well, being able to move throughout the site in clear angles is really helpful for teams while they're pushing in, but also while they're trying to hold the site down.
It can be, yeah, you are 100% right. It can be a lot of fun, especially with the way on the attacking side you're able to just move in onto a site. Right, like you said, double blast pack and catch everybody off guard. And if you got the L2, pop it in, let it blast. So, but as selections come in on the defender's side, we do not see a Raze as of yet. Opted to go for the Silver Cypress, and I saw double info come out, and the Phoenix
Choose your agent
with the Jet and the Omen for smoke. So, a really standard composition. I'm pretty surprised that a Raze isn't necessarily being picked, but maybe that's not their style. As on the other end, we'll see almost the exact same composition with a change-up of the Sage instead of the Cypher for that Sentinel. And they have the Raze themselves. So, two more to comp, Sage has been an agent pick that we've seen being pop up more and more. So ever since more of the other Sentinels have fallen out of favor due to the nerfs on Killjoy and Cypher.
Yeah, something else that's interesting to look at is Reyna. A really popular agent was not picked, partially due to the fact that it received a major nerf before today's game.
1000%. Tell me what's Mercer tie, and how do you feel about him? All right. Tell me more about the nerfs to your tie, and how do you feel about him?
So personally, I was somebody who actually really enjoyed the Reyna character. Being able just to dismiss out of a fight or overheal back up to that max HP was something that I really capitalized on. So losing half of your abilities there and making them more expensive in the process is really like detrimental to a lot of players here.
So let's find out how the Vipers decide to attack the map, as they are only attacking to this time as it all bunch up as 5 going on to the east. Boom might use at the beginning. Baraji gets taken down in front of Melvin, all quite low. Baraji gets a double to even it out as the Vipers fall down to the to the site here. Time the Jack finds one, and they just get taken apart one after another. It is just 2 people left, Spike still in their hands. It's still welcome back to the site, but TV being used up right at the end. It's going to be.
Yeah, we got the Sage and the Sova, 2 very important characters, both left alive, both at a good health number as well. Just hitting that TP, like I said earlier, hitting those quick rotates throughout, and it's a 4v2 here though.
So you have to do all this site. So Wilson comes in from the back. They're able to treat one. Now it's just tough left, and I don't think she can hold down the site on her own. It's only a classic and a dream here, Ty, but that'll be all she wrote as of right now. It's front side take over the B side handedly and get the first point.
No charges left.
Yeah, really doing a good job is pushing as a team. Communication definitely up there, making sure to just pick those players off, take the site back, defuse the bomb, and take the lead here through pistol round.
Very well done. And what do you think really made the difference for, for frontside being able to take over the site?
Frontside being able to take over the site was really attested to those 2 early picks made by Rodzi in the Cypher position. He didn't even get his light shield as he may be used to because of that nerf to the Frenzy today. And the Vipers are actually pushing up B side this time right away, but the Grim Reaper gets a nice pick to start the round, going back and healing up with his fireball there.
Yeah, we're going to use a Molly to get him back into almost full health though, but because the Grim Reaper takes El Diablo, a little bit of back and forth and does a lore, which is kind of funny, but it's off looking at the back, just trying to watch if Eddie was able to attack and going down long though, but he got smoked off as he tried to move in, but considering they lost one right away, pushing through long, like you said, will force to rotate out. This is yet again the point that we were talking before within the pre-show too, is teams being able to go in for the fast rotates. But Jag should yet again watch anybody out. They're pushing this site as well, completely open, no real smokes on their side, no cover being used either. The Paranoia will come out now, so with the Cypher Cage too, so they know they're coming out to the site. So Jag is there down in Hookah, they will enter through. They've heard of all the audio cues there as well. As Kuroko has to take control. Jag at the back is able to move out, finds one, stops the path going down, gets the second. Bobby weaving in and out of the smoke. They're all just coming right to him. They're just giving away his free picks.
Yeah, you can see Frontside doing a great job as working as a team, cutting off the angles and really giving up absolutely nothing to the Vipers here. It's going to be tough for them to get into site and hold the site on attack. They also forced last round, which means their money is at a low point right now.
Yeah, exactly. No really bonus lines for them, though. They will have to go opting for the save as well. I guess all of them opting for their pistol, so I can't imagine this round they just go in their favor. Meanwhile, on the other end for front side, Inspectors and Stingers across the board, though. And considering the Stinger was nerfed as well, along with the friends, he's also followed our favorite. His DPS was reduced dramatically. I found it. You can't just walk, spray, and pray with a Stinger anymore. As Top supposed to peek down, there's a 3-man push that comes out of Hookah to just stuff Vipers back into spawn. As Melba moves in by himself, no smoke, no cover, unfortunately. It says she just slow peeking in and pulls out the white swing, is able to get the shot on Taradzi. I believe he was actually looking through the camera. That's a big pick to try to open up the side. Paranoia down does actually get Jag as they find one, get the second, but oh! Spike just barely dropped at the end. But Vipers should be able to get this plant down to onto A.
Yeah, Viper's able to taking out those two A players, picking up the guns through the bonus for front side here. Grim Reaper, though, looking up through heaven, making sure that the Omen down, stuck in those 3 boxes, has nowhere to go. And here we go, the retake here. Sova and Grim Reaper here gonna get a pick, but unfortunately he goes down, and Magician also goes down. Vipers pick up their first round of the match off a really good hold on A.
Yeah, really solid by them to actually hold down the side, like you mentioned, right? Vipers when they're able to wonder for the fast rotate too. And the biggest pick of that was when Melvin essentially just wide peeked out through showers. And I don't think Rozzy actually saw him, allowing him to actually enter to the site. And down through a short, the Jag was able to get one, but not the second, allowing the spike to still go down. And the retake there for the side of front side was a bit back and forth. They gave Vipers a lot of 1v1s, which if they decided to move it as a team, they could have just been able to shut them down. But as a double peek out through long, those trades come out yet again. They did the strat, but Diablo dies for it. But still even trade 1-for-1 as Vipers try to move into B.
Something interesting to look at here as well. We got Cypher and Omen for front side here, playing at the entrance to bathroom, and they're already making their rotate, as it looks like Vipers are pushing into the site, committing to their offensive strategy here. Melvin already into backside. And yeah, we got Toph protecting Raze, who is planting the bomb. Toph does have his slow orb and his seal still available. He did wall off elbow, and Magician just trying to get through the wall, but being pushed back by the Jet.
That's right. Now, like you mentioned, there's 2 down and elbow trying to peek through. He flashes his own teammate. Unfortunately, Rossi just trying to look where to go. The dart just spot 1, but they know exactly he's there. But the peeks out for the Vipers will make sure they both get caught. Smokes out at the side as they pushed off, just chilling back in guard as Jag will peek in, gets the pick, and there it is. Front side will pick up their next point as well, going up 3-1. Really big picks there as well, considering going back and forth for front side, because Vipers peeked out looking to elbow to try to win that duel, but front side was ready for that.
Yeah, front side knew that they could retake the site if they were pushing as a team, which they did a really good job there at just making sure to hold down the angles. They did give up the site, bomb went down, but they were able to retake and defuse the spike, take the round.
They're yet again force the Vipers back in onto the save. Although Melvin does have enough eco to buy, but will still, go for what the team wants to, which is a really good call, I find. Because if it's a sole dude with a rifle, along with the rest of your team, man, that just feels bad, bro. Because, like, come on, what are you doing, bro? Because we're all poor, to come be poor with us, right? But
yeah, definitely. And also making sure that you have the eco that you could buy for a teammate later on. That could be the difference maker in a later round. He does also have the blades there. His ultimate ability as he's pushing up B long with his teammates, and Sova drone through hookah. My mistake there. Grim Reaper though taking it out, really not giving them any room to move. And Raze, Kororo, unfortunately put in a bad position, and absolutely nothing given up there by front side.
Yeah, almost a flawless sit right at the end by front side too. I believe what actually happened there was for a second, I believe. The first shot dart put down by Lu Zhu, I think he also shot darted himself there accidentally when he put it up, because I bounced up against the wall and damaged it a little bit as well, forcing it back outside into B short, which was honestly, that's just the kind of stuff you just hate to see it, bro. Because like when you're trying to put up some initial damage, like, and then maybe scope out, maybe force the move back into elbow, and then you end up doing that to yourself. It's just an absolute tragic happenstance. But the striking Vipers will try to run it back with a bit of different strat instead of pushing down all onto A short. The drone being used, scope out into his position, but no one is there holding down by short. No one at any tight angles at all. But they pushed out through showers. Diablos gets picked off yet again right at the beginning of the round. But the opposite in Melvin's hand, and Moses gets peeked by his counterpart. It's hard to figure to use in response.
Yeah, Melvin really doing a good job. That's why he decided to eco last round, because he knew that he's an AWP player. He knew that he can get those picks. And I was actually really surprised to see front side take an aggressive push there. And there goes down the Sage wall. They are planting the spike, and the Raze ultimate ability comes out and gets the pick there on Magician. Jag, though, also picks up an elimination. We got a 3v3 down to a 3v2 now. And now it's a 2v1. Grim Reaper coming up through short. Oh, sorry, it was a 2v2. And Kuroro, who I thought was dead, picks up the elimination.
Yeah, because you saw he shot the ultimate too. Unfortunately, there at the end, front side, he's holding on the side, right by the other side, near CT spawn. Could not fortunately find the pick, and that allowed the Vipers to go up 4-2 to save the bit of econ in their hands. Still have the op as well, which is quite big. And you saw how solid that came up. 4 Vipers as well, considering they're able to save this. You know, find some more balance within their lives, I'd say. Now, on the side of front side too, I find after this one, if they're not able to clutch up the next, they'll also be forced to go up on the save. So the Vipers, if they pull out of the play like the one they did last round, they'll be in solid 4.
Yeah, 100%. We got Jag playing a different op angle than I'm used to seeing for sure. Playing on top of the truck there outside of U-Haul. He does unfortunately get spotted by that Sova drone though. And yeah, we also got Rodzi playing just right beside U-Haul there, and then we got the recon bolt. Looks like Vipers are going to go for the same type of scenario push they had there, but Jag with the op picks up the elimination, but Melvin answers right back with an op shot of his own.
Yeah, Melvin pushes it through showers. He is smoked down and paranoid, although they don't see him as right now, considering Heaven was smoked out, so he couldn't get picked up. A spike is dropped right by the entrance. Reaper's at the side, picks up the triple. Holding everybody down is short, but forcing Kuroro back, who's stuck in U-Haul. He's the sole member left on the side of the Vipers. He's up against 3. The spike is dropped right in the middle of the point. He's going to get spotted out, and he will die. It's only a matter of seconds of how long he does. And there it is. Reaper picks up the 4K for front side.
Yeah, picking up the 4-piece there, just getting in his groove is something that's really going to be interesting to look at. He's 14-2-2 there on the KDA, really kind of putting the team, taking the team with him, showing them along, helping them to take a 5-2 commanding lead here on the defense side of Bind right here.
Yes, sir. Now, considering how back and forth is between these two teams, though, same play pulled out on B side by Reaper. There's a little peek in, immediately catches Kuroro, who's been really able to put couple rounds. Melvin tries to shoulder peek, but he can't. He's just not too fast. The road, he's gonna push out. They know he's coming to double peek at the back with his teammate. Make sure Toph dies as well. And now too, all the rest of Vipers are gonna run back to get the spike, but it's near the spawn. He's waiting for the peek. So Reaper gets the third. And finds the rest. He has to reload, but he knows the Sova is there. He's just waiting for him to just peek, just look. Just a second is all is all it takes. Side, that's a flawless from front side. That was wow.
Looks like Melvin and Grim Reaper have picture perfect chemistry there. Just going out, each of them getting a nice headshot one tap there from the top of B long, moving all the way down, getting another pick. Grim almost picking up back-to-back 4Ks as well. And Melvin back with another op here.
See, if Melvin can use this, I mean, just possibly try to pick one up. But it seems as though he decided to trade it back in, go for the safer play, and possibly not try to lose the rest of his econ. Or they being a bit Moses this time. We want to peek out B long with the op, but they do spot out one, which is the raise right by spawn. But no one has peeked out as of yet, as most of them are down by a short here, Ty. Still going to catch any picks. Spike is still right outside of B, but no information found as of yet. As Diablo looks to push in, so they know that at least one is holding down by U-Haul, but they're caught up by the strap before, and they get caught up by it again!
Yeah, and Rodzi able to pick up that pick there to start the round, and you can see the Vipers were just trying to get something going by playing a default push there. You got 3 going one side, 2 going the other, trying to get intel before they rotate in and plant the bomb. They're going to be committing towards A, it appears, but looks like Rodzi, as well as Diablo, and then the Sova up in heaven really just got the entire site locked down.
Still
30 seconds.
So
Yeah.
pushing from the side of the Vipers as they move themselves back onto B. Spike still in hand as he moved through spawn. Toph will come out through hookah. I believe he just spot one. There's a molly to slow down the push, but it's a little bit late as Toph already's made it past. This finds one at the side, tries to wall back and Moses there, and threw long shots out. Nice shots by Toph. So that's op down as well, but it won't matter because there's only 4 seconds left, and it's 8 to defuse, 4 to plant, but they'll all die within less than 6. As frontside go up 7-2.
Yeah, frontside really taking a commanding lead here. Large part to Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper knows when to peak those angles, able to hit his shots as well. Toph unfortunately caught in a really bad position there, and we just see round and round again the ability of the front side team here to just lock down a site, give absolutely nothing up, and then just pull Vipers in, picking up those eliminations and taking the rounds.
You saw the Blaze Storm as well was put out by the side of Vipers. They have 3 ults on their hand. One of them being that they also have the Hunter's Fury as well if they wanted to contest, but she pushed down the B long. And there exactly is trying to push clear out the site. They push them back. Melvin gets Magician, so it's the first big pick. But meanwhile, they're not paying attention to who could make the the site. But Rozzy holding down at the back through elbow, clears them out, and gets and just drops the one after that. Spike down as well in the middle of the site. Now Lizo will die, consider they're on the save. You can't do anything at all. And Rozzy with the 4K. And the Vipers committed so much. That was 2 ults there as well. And they still do fall. Considering the guns weren't there.
Yeah, and an 8-2 commanding lead now from front side. Looking like they're just cruising along to a possible first map victory here in the best of 3. Let's see.
Grim Reaper does have to run it back though, considering how often we see Vipers try to push the site. But no one is by B. Vipers have learned their lesson as they all go down at the A short correct. There's a lot of shots right at the beginning. Rozzy peeks in, finds Melvin just staring down the barrel of his face. Not declaring about it at all, trying to use the pain shells to push him out. But Melvin right has a lot stronger, but Jazz get caught out at the back of the site. The showers peek down through as well. But back and forth between Rozzy. Although he gets chipped, he's still not down. The 100 is still there, along with the middle left. They know exactly where they are. Just Grim Reaper left alive. Was doing his job, man. Consistently, he's been such a part of the defense for the front side. Has not been lacking, man. I'm pretty sure whether someone has been killed or been killed, a bullet from Grim Reaper's gun has got into their body.
Yeah, Grim Reaper up to 21-3 now, absolutely slaying. But somebody who we've been mentioning but needs a lot of credit as well here is Rodzy. Rodzy has been completely stopping any type of Vipers attempt to push into A through short and Bath, completely locking down the site here with his Omen friend Jag. And they're pushing up through Bathroom, playing a bit aggressive here, but not going to see anyone as it looks like Vipers are just pushing up towards Hookah. But Mawson and Grim Reaper, he there picks up the Elim on Kororo, and Grim Reaper with another 3-piece. Oh, he's unstoppable right now.
Real quick, that was sick. Like, that was actually so clean by Melvin. He pushes out. He knows the spike is right in front of him. Molly also dissipates, but at the last second, he sees that, okay, like, Corona decides, you know what? I'm not gonna play no more. It's over. Let me just use the ultimate to just like blow you up. But then suddenly Melvin decides, you know what, fam? I try to live for a couple seconds longer. Dash out to the other side. He cannot respond in time. And a ref clicks him in the face with a classic nonetheless. That is just shout out to you. If that's not a highlight reel play, I don't know what is. Now, frontside on the attack to looking to try to possibly take this home. All they need is 3 rounds as they push 4 long.
Yeah, Lee Zhu trying to hold down B long here, but Jag, we got a 4-player push going up, bunching up together. They do get shock darted though, leaving Mawson really low, but he's just behind him. Absolutely just sneaks around the ninja attack, and it's a 1v1 here. Grim Reaper against Toph. Toph has the health advantage, and he does pick up the headshot, securing the round here for Vipers. 10-3 now. Yeah, looks like Vipers also have a pretty good defense strategy, know how to hold down a site, know how to not let their opponent in. I was really impressed, though. We saw Mawson just go to the back of site and just pick the Vipers apart.
Yeah, one big person too in that trade was Lee Zhu, who was actually managed to get his first couple frags of the entire match as well. He got picked up too, as frontside made a really aggressive push onto side as well. And I find that's what makes pistols just so interesting, based on how you try to adapt your strat. But Melvin there, past the firewall as well as Paranoia too. You can't shoot in with just every utility absolutely possible. It's slowing down the push of frontside, but will not be stopped. They already pick up one because the Vipers have the econ advantage. They have better guns at their hand as well. We'll slow down the push, but without cause for the full rotate. It is just Lee Zhu on the B side, but everybody as well on the side of Vipers will come on down to B. Because Lee Zhu is just stuck, puts shock dart out. He's just stuck waiting shots out. There's spike dropped as well. Lee Zhu gets one, gets the second. There's just one left. You gotta get on side or front side. It's getting picked apart on their attacker with no spike in their hand. Grim Reaper has to leave, but he goes face to face up against El Diablo. And his soul is his.
Yeah, it looks like Vipers also playing a really strong defensive end here. Lee Zhu really coming out of nowhere, back-to-back 2Ks to start off the half. Front side, got to figure out where they want to push, where they want to plant the bomb so that they could pick up those final 3 rounds and take the first map.
Yeah, frontside, although pushes essentially all 5, whatever they go for the retakes, for these rotations, they have the same similar issues that the Vipers did as well on the attack. They're essentially just dry peeking and moving through a lot of these sites without anything at all. Like, essentially, yeah, just dry peeking out through hookah with no smokes in their hand, no recon balls, no information on where anybody is at all. That's caused them to be picked off one by one and be stuffed back to where they came from, essentially. Or frontside right now, too, although with the econ event, just pistols in their hand. As they move 3 through showers, there is a double peek there. Vipers set up 2 strong peek out. They get caught out, but shots in as well. As Kuro will find one, Mel will find the second and the third. Will likely peek through. Oh, but Jag will find him, but Kuro's there for the refrag.
Yeah, Jag really got a really nice shot in there, but Mawson gets the headshot there on Kuroro. Unfortunately, though, he goes down to Toph. Toph really doing a good job as well. 2 players that we've seen really pick it up since the half would definitely be Toph and Lee Zhu. Kuroro, though, picking up a 2K that round as well. Vipers pulling it back a little bit here. Comeback season, maybe?
I mean, maybe this is what it takes for them to try to just essentially wake up, right? They decided that this was the disadvantage that they wanted to put onto themselves, but the rifles and both teams had this where the 2 tests will come. Because they both have, because neither have the unfortunate economic happenstance. Right? None of them are just rocking pistols right now. So we'll see who has the better shots. As frontside move in, 2 through B long as well as Spike as well at the back. As Cypher lurking to see if anybody comes out of hookah, but Smoke's being put outside of hookah. Along as well, the Bronner back will be used on the side of frontside to catch information. Hunter using the spots, finds out what he was in the middle of the TP. Here, piece at the back gets caught out immediately, but Rudzi makes his way onto the site. No one in through hookah, but misses the trade and loses Toph.
Yeah, Toph picking up the Elim there, but let's take a step back there. Grim Reaper using his ultimate ability, pushing into sight as an entry, and then his man Mawson showing up on top of that too. Unfortunately goes down, but takes the attention. And Grim Reaper with a 3K. He's been showing up a really, really important role here for frontside as they pick up their first round since the half. 11-5 now. It's beginning to look more and more like this game is dwindling to a close, but it's never over until it's over.
Yeah, right now Vipers need to be able to hold on to this this round for them, because if they do not go into the next, they'll have to go for a save as well, and it'll be a broken buy for many, where they'll be forced to force. They wouldn't want it today, but Melvin peeks out trying to get anyone down too long. He has the op as well. He could possibly get the initial pitch. Nice shoulder piece to know the op is there and don't get caught out. That'll be called with the front side. The Lace try to rotate out. Make sure they don't get picked in, but there's 3 being held out on the side of B. Grim Reaper's there. The smokes will at least give them a little bit of cover. As Mosin peeks into the hookah.
Yeah, Mosin looking like he's trying to just get some intel here. But front side starting to make their rotates. As we talked about earlier, the rotate game going to be really important to seeing a team's success. They're starting to move towards A site here. Yeah, and we got, it looks like they are bunching up towards short. Mawson pulling out the Blade Storm. He's just going on in. And we see, unfortunately, Kuroro picking up the Elim. Toph with the 2K, but going down to Grim Reaper here. Let's see if Grim can pull a Grim and steal the round, pick up another huge play. And here we go. And he goes down, and it is Diablo going up right here against Rodzi, who's sitting in the corner of bathroom. And and he picks up the elimination as he's recon bolted. He does only have 10 seconds to plant. Looks like he might be going for that save there. But no, he peeks. He's getting aggressive. Doesn't know that he's put the Jet off down to virtually no health. And will he pick up all the kills? Take away their econ? No, the op will be saved. Rodzi doing a great job there of just going into sight, picking up those eliminations, even though the round was lost.
And we said it before too, that this was the map that the Vipers needed to hold down for themselves, if they were to have any resemblance of guns and economy going into the next, where they were to be in a possible match point situation. But just you consider he wasn't able to get much on the previous round, has opted for a stinger and a full shield. But Melwin would do the exact same peak as he did the previous round, down to be long. But likely would have to know that there is one there. That shoulder peek at the end doesn't get the fire though, but gets peeked out. Nice. But down to just shot down to just 30 health. This will allow front side to push in through B. Like you smoke out elbow as well. There's run it back to catch out any information.
Yeah, Grim Reaper using his entry frag technique, and Jag getting the teleport to backside, sneaking around Vipers here. That play seriously was such a help to make sure frontside's able to plant the bomb, and they have the advantage here, both in lives and in health, as we got the Sova Li Zhu down to low health here.
See it right now though, they're in a 3v4, so not an impossible retake for the Vipers. Considering that op is down to Jack finds Toph, Jack finds Kuroro too. And it's just Li Zhu stuck in there at the end. That'll put front side to map point 12-6, and all going into their favor here. Vipers right now too, because the econ the previous round, we said it, they needed to save, and unfortunately they don't do so. Front shields, they had the shields last time, but for now we'll see the monkeys and the judges. Couple of specters though, so it'll be a bit back and forth. Although the econ might not be in their favor, but the shots might be. Ty.
Yeah, 100%. You never know. An econ round could be what saves the team, but it is also match point. They gotta be able to plan to make sure they have the money to buy on match point, keep themselves away from the loss. And Mawson is blinded. It looks like he's blinded there. Kuroro peeking with the judge. And yeah, we got front side just easily able to take the site. They have the gun advantage, the health advantage, now the man advantage as well. But no, Diablo says, not on my watch. Picks up the kill there on Grim. Rodzi though picking up another elimination. The 4v3, the plant is going down. Now it's a 2v4 here on the retake to save the match. Looks like Vipers might be down to their last moments here on the first map.
It is just Li Zhu left here yet again. But to the shotgun himself this time. but gets shot down by the enemy Sova instead. And he's just stuck off-site in a 3v1 with only a Spectre. So RC can't do much. He knows he can't either. Heartless Fury uses well just for some insurance and tries to peek in. Just posse catch out one. But the Vipers will fall to front side at map number 1. Really good hold, a really good job by front side to put up a dominant showing that right at the beginning. But Vipers did have some resemblance to life, but it was just that defense that came in from front side, which puts them at such an advantage.
Yeah, front side being up 10-2 after the first half, making a comeback virtually impossible, and then showing their teamwork and their skills, putting them to the task, just able to take the site when they were on offense and being able to hold the site is what set them apart in the first map there, a 13-6 victory. But map 2 could be a completely different story. Believe we're switching over to Ascent, which, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see.
Ascent was actually front side's pick as well. So we'll see if possibly the Vipers are tested on some velocity can bring this back. If not, the front side should be looking to do a clean 2-0. Find out what we got right after these Flyertastic messages. We'll see you back here. And welcome back, everybody, to some Upsurge Valorant Browse. Congratulations yet again by my man, Tata, man. And we just saw Striking Vipers go up against Frontside in Bind. It was a solid back and forth, but Frontside did eventually just edging out the victory. But hey, Striking Vipers did show some signs of life there at the end time.
Yeah, Striking Vipers did a good job at making sure they were able to come back and build on something, have something to build on going into our second map, the one that could be the decider here. Yeah, this one was chosen by Frontside. They're starting off the attacking side. So Frontside with the map advantage going into the map of their choice here, Ascent. But Vipers starting off on defense, hoping to get a good enough advantage or pull something out of the hat and then push it onto the overtime map here, which will be split.
Now, I do imagine, considering how defensively, honestly, just a defensive favorite Ascent is, the Striking Viper should be able to put up a much better stronghold than the one we saw previously. Now, considering when the Vipers went on the defense on Bind as well, things did look quite good, but they just did not have that leeway to be able to dilly-dally. Honestly, considering they'd already dropped about 10 rounds previously, so it was just a matter of 3 more rounds for Frontside to be able to take it home. But right now, like you mentioned, Frontside on the attack. So if they do not take a handy enough lead for the side of the Vipers, they're going to be in some trouble as he load up into Agent Select. We mentioned getting a Frontside on the attack, right? Striking Vipers on the defense. I do like... Sorry, what's up? Go ahead, continue.
All right, looking over here, we got the Frontside team going with a little bit different of a look. Same thing over here by the Vipers. We got Rodzi switching up from Cypher to Killjoy. More of a map preference for him for sure. And then Kororo looks like he might be switching up from Raze over to Phoenix. And Lizu and Toph also switch it up. Lizu taking a Cypher role, as well as Toph switching from Sage over to Sova.
These are honestly all great adaptations that I'd really want to see out of both of these teams. And one big thing, like you mentioned before, where I find Reyna was really, really good on Ascent, especially due to the leaders and for opting for mid control. But considering the nerf that she just received, she's only able to have 2 of her orbs, so only one able to get overheal and 1 dissipate. And since they now cost 200 each, so you can't opt in to get both, get a Frenzy, get Light Shield, right? It's just not the same anymore. So the Frenzy Light Shield meta, unfortunately, will be put back in the dust where it belongs. Honestly, going up against the Frenzy was an absolute nightmare, and I'm very happy to see a nerf, though. But like you mentioned, that Killjoy changeup is what I like a lot. I think Killjoy is fantastic on this map.
Yeah, on Ascent, really being able to use Killjoy's abilities such as her Alarm Bot, Turret, her Swarm Grenades, and especially that ultimate ability to completely lock off a site on a map that's so open, forcing players to rotate out of something that they're holding with their lives at this point, and forcing them to go into the open where you could get an easy pick is really going to be beneficial for the Frontside here.
Yes, sir. And one big thing which I want to look out for out of those Killjoy mollies, I find the placement of those, especially on the attack, once you're able to get in onto a site, can be really crucial for being able to defend. Especially, let's say you go in R to the B site, putting a molly down and onto Speedway can be the difference between attacking and defending. But as they go in to pop to the trees, they find Kuroro, they did double peeking, but you just cannot find a single shot. As we want to come out, there comes Jag as well. Oh, sorry, I mean the side of the Omen for the Vipers. He sees and duck in, but still holding it on the side. They haven't pushed it as of yet. Cypher Cage will come out. Lizu hold the side by himself, but he spawns out one. He go takes down most of it, but Jag comes out of the side because they're not looking at him. But takes out Rods. He's makes a 3v2.
Yeah, and we got a really good push. Something that I noticed definitely was last game, we saw a lot of Mawson and Grim pushing up together, playing their aggressiveness as a duo, and they did the same here, just able to take a pick and help them get to sight. And Toph going up against Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper putting him low, putting Melvin low, and yeah, Grim Reaper Jag playing that perfectly, really giving the Vipers no chance to come back, retake the site, and they're up 1-0 here on offense.
One big thing I wanted to point out is I wasn't too sure why Melvin actually dropped down there from heaven, because considering he had a much more advantageous position, just peeking down onto the site, considering most of them were actually holding down right off site too. So considering he's bobbing and weaving in and out of the cloud burst, he might have been out of all the util considering it's the first round. But him actually dropping below put him in such a tight spot that he either had to kill someone or try to get it alive, and neither could happen. So Vipers there, some interesting choices made by their positions and their players, but we'll see how they decide to respond to front size push as of now, as they are slow playing it. They don't get caught out by the owl drill, but they do take it out. That won't peek in. And there's the alarm bot.
Yeah, the Killjoy abilities there completely taking away Melvin's chance of pushing up and catching front side offside. Front side playing more of a default mid side attack here, just trying to get that util, trying to make sure you know where players are, and then easily just be able to take the site.
Nice bait by Melvin to catch him out, pushes in, catch out Toph as well. That's the beast that completely open. All the spike out of their hand to move it through mid though, but they got to rotate as well from the side of CT for the Vipers. As me catch one of the back, gets two Grim Reaper. That's not flawless. They're at the end, man. This man has not stopped taking out lives and getting a second double twice in a row.
Yeah, Grim Reaper seriously showed just how good he was last game, and then this game 3-0 already. He's pushing up to the top of the leaderboards each time. But Rodzi, he's playing Killjoy, and he's also able to put up those frags. Just shows the skill of these teams. And it looks to me like we're going to see a front side full B push, which shows that they are able to switch it up every time. I could tell why they chose this map. They feel comfortable on the map. They know exactly what their plan is. And yeah, we got Grim Reaper. They're bonusing here, which means the Vipers do have an advantage when it comes to guns. Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
But it just really doesn't matter because frontside just runs them over. One after the peeking in through the smokes as well. Both flashes were actually used right at the beginning by Grim Reaper, but they just won the gunfight each and every time because they walked in as 4, found 1, but they're not too sure exactly what the final member of the Vipers is. He's just hiding down and trying to peek it through mid roots, right by trees, man. He just waited to possibly catch a pick. That's the point because he knows he kind of bends his back. It's a 5v1. Gets one, peeks. Misses the initial shots, but still gets jagged at the end. Uses Cypher K as well. Man, putting down that util too. He's really committed to just try to stay alive for as long as possible. But the spike is long and his time and window is narrow, as Moses will part him out of this game.
Yeah, Mawson just sandwiching him there, as well as the entire front side roster. Front side showing who's boss here. A 3-0 advantage on Ascent offense. They're not even playing the defense side of the map right now, and they're just showing Vipers really what they're capable of here.
Yes, sir. Like you mentioned here, Ty, like you can see why frontside opted in to go for Ascent. They looked extremely comfortable with the set plays that they have. Going on the double smoke for the fake, possibly with the alt orb too, trying to catch one out. But Jag goes in through middle. He catches Diablo. He usually plays by default right near spawn, but he pushed a bit too far forward. But Melvin's there too. They're on the save, and then be able to get a 1-for-1 is quite big. They should catch him out. Ooh, but look at this. But Mawson does get caught out.
Oh, and it does. Jag able to get that hit in. He does not have the gun advantage. He does have the gun advantage, sorry, but he does not have the health advantage. And Rodzi just getting his info here, making sure he knows what's going on, as the entire front side roster now pushing up B main, smoking the site off, and they got an easy plant here as long as they push in as a team, holds Vipers off, and it looks to me like they're going to be able to take a 4-0 lead early on in this match.
It is still a 4-4, so all they would need to do right now, the Vipers need to just push in to utilize the most of the man advantage, but the smoke dissipates at the last second as Melvin gets caught up by the Silver Dart. For the second time, a rocket push is being put out. He speaks and gets one and gets the second. Rodzi holds it down as one more pushes in at the side. The triple, the knives are out as well, but they get put back into the drawer. You should not run with those eyes out. Lizu is looking away, and that'll be the last mistake he makes for the round as Chang gets a triple. And frontside push out while only get the spike down too. It's like frontside, like you mentioned, it's like they're playing more defensive than offensive than they are right now. Because as soon as they get they control the side, they said, all right, let's just go hunt people down. Yo, my brother, you go ahead and plan, but let me just go play a deathmatch for a quick second.
Yeah, frontside showing really what their true capability is. We got Rodzi, and Zag both at 6 kills. Grim Reaper and Mawson at 4. Rodzi was someone who was playing Cypher last match, showed that he still was able and capable to pick up those eliminations, and showing that he's just as capable of picking up every single elim here as he was in the last match. There we go.
A lot being invested by frontside as well. That was 3 ults put out with the knives, the lockdown, along with the running back. They just forced them offside, but Green Reaper gets one. Boss actually whips the knives, and Kurodo finds them at the back, though, but those mollies are going to keep them out and market for as long as he can. But Vipers are 3 up against 4, but yet again, a very similar situation, but not an impossible one at all. Green Reaper takes a bunch of damage right to the face. They know he's there, but just waiting for him to peek out. Has 2 waiting through garage, but frontside pushes through from the site. They didn't know they were there. They finally get them. Fortunately, the Vipers are checking the corner too focused on what side of the map to forget that, hey, they do got more members here as well. Maybe we should look out for them.
Yeah, 100%. Something I specifically noticed there was Rodzi. Generally, when you're playing Killjoy off post plant, you put your mollies down at the bomb to make sure no defuse can happen. But they know they're just taking advantage of Vipers here. He's using those mollies as an attack point of view here, making sure that they can't even push into the site to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. That's one change up I've seen come out from a lot of different Killjoys, to use the mollies a lot more aggressively, especially when they have such an advantage. With frontside being 5-0, the Vipers not able to get a single map. So yet again, they're out to go for the save because they know that they're just stuck in what I like to call the ping pong economy here. But Melvin fired the first pick. That is quite big, but the spike is already down on the A side without anybody finding it out. Top goes in through heaven, but he just has nothing there because the peek in from the Vandal will be more than enough. As they just set up a firing squad on the side of front side and just take them out one by one because they're 4 in trees and they have no cover, they have no smokes, and they're just dying. Viper, no!
Oh, Viper just lined up there right for Mawson, who just completely takes advantage of his opportunity, picking up the 3-piece. And as we mentioned before, Ascent is a map that is really open. So holding at angles is possible, but once you take a site, being able to hold it for retakes is also something that is so key. And frontside has shown that they're able to get their picks, take the site, and hold it with virtually no issues.
Yeah, because you find more often than not that frontside shots are just better. The Vipers being a little bit slow on the retakes themselves. They're just not there on time, unfortunately. And once they are there too, they're giving frontside these very early 1v1s because you saw how the Silva got picked off right at the beginning, right? Putting the Vipers at a man disadvantage, one that they had right at the beginning as well. But Jag, they're taking a Karura right at the beginning. They get mid-control. They're moving through trees. The Diablo's there. If he gets even 2 here too, this would mean the round at least for the side of the Viper, possibly to get one back. But no, he's not looking where they're coming. The paranoia distracts him.
Yeah, we see there the paranoia on top of that Sova recon just really confuses him, makes him look in a different direction, giving frontside a chance to push in. We got a 2v2 here, but Melvin, unfortunately, down to the 9 health. We got Magician playing back here, as well as Jag just holding that angle, really giving Vipers no chance to even move when that smoke expires. And Melvin, can he pull it off here? Chat goes down after getting the 4K, one away from the ace. And here we go. You see, he goes for the fake defuse. And it's the peak. And Melvin able to pull it off, the 9 HP clutch. And he's going to defuse, giving Vipers their first point, their first sign of life here on Ascent.
That was a really greedy dart by Frontside too, because he put the recon down right at the beginning. He could have honestly just waited to hear the second confirm. I know he wanted to peek and he saw him get out of sight, but him putting the dart there too, like you mentioned before, there's no need to shot dart it. He could have just backed up into Wine, waited for Vipers to push up, considering he saw where Melvin went. But he didn't know that he was 9 health. He would have known that he at least tagged up a fair amount though. So giving Vipers up that round, it's gonna feel real nice for them.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing to take a look at here, last game we saw both teams really playing defensive, knowing how to hold down sight, especially Frontside. But Frontside completely taking the advantage here on offense. And it's a 3v2 again, with both players needing to rotate in. Kororo and Kororo's just here at the entrance, spikes down, and we got a nice little shock dart there, and Lizu unfortunately also held into a pretty tough location. He goes down. And there we go. Jag picking up the final elimination on Kororo. 7-1 Frontside, taking advantage of every single thing, every single pick, every single bit of intel they get. They've been able to just steamroll through this game.
Frontside was not happy about losing that previous round, and they decided no more from them. They were not going to take any more shenanigans. Right, as they just run over Vipers, they going onto the B side the way they try to two-test the methods. And they've been doing this a lot, where they just switch sides almost every other round, essentially. But now they push in 3 strong, as right now the Cypher camera is there with him anchored in the point of Phoenix, also watching through trees. There's Cypher cage 2's motion. Pushes up into Wine. They don't have any cover of their own, but Dart should be able to catch out one. But at the end, but Moses is peeking, waiting for Lizu. There's the draft, there's a shot. And that's a side, and a spike being planted as well.
Yeah, definitely. And last game, it was Grim Reaper's time to shine. He was picking up, I believe it was in the high 30s for eliminations. This game, Jag, going into the round, was already 13-2. So different players just showing who's boss, showing that, it's my turn. And Frontside looking strong to pick up their 8th round. A 4v2, gets the flash off. And they also have the gun advantage here. Grim Reaper, he goes up to heaven. Mawson pushes through, and it does not look good here for Vipers. And Grim Reaper going classic versus classic, just taking the W there, and an 8-1 commanding lead here on the second map.
We said it before, we'll say it again. The Vipers needed to be able to take a couple rounds out of Frontside before they switched over onto the defense. But Frontside have looked absolutely unstoppable, except for a couple of misplays for them. Back and forth, where they just, it's really just the one there at the end where they got to get a bit greedy for the round. And it's the one right now. They'll run it back and onto the A site. They looked absolutely unstoppable. And the Viper just have not been able to match this absolutely classical aggression and just spot a better shot from the side of most. But even while he's flashing, he gets Kororo. As he smokes it at the end. The Find went down and Hell to run it back to get more info, but Lizu holding down onto Hell. Finds one up front side as they push, and Barrages has a better shot. So he's gonna smoke it out. They just, they're just gonna run over.
Yes, absolutely. Looks like the fire is in the eyes of Frontside. They start to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Toph, he's trying to pull something out of his magic hat here. trying to pull a bunny out of the hat, but no, he gets a rat instead of a bunny. Just stuck with the 9-1 deficit here. They just got to show any sign of light, any sign to get back into this game, because they're being pushed on to a loss here. If Frontside's able to take the map, it's over.
Yeah, sure. It's only 2 more rounds left in the half here, Ty. It's because the Vipers just have to look for something as they're going back and forth between these saves and non-saves too. They have almost nothing in terms of left of the economy. And possibly bringing you back to this round 2 could be absolutely huge as they push it onto the B side, 5-man strong. Here come the full rotations from the side of the Vipers, though. As they're going onto the side, they immediately find out top as he pushes through the smoke. Extremely aggressive, but the side is theirs. They look at the spike down 2, the lockdown just delaying the Vipers from pushing in for as long as possible. But with the micro, but they do find out one, they're pushing it through market. The shots out of there. The Bucky will do nothing, and Moses will just get everyone. And it's just Diablo left coming in through main.
Yeah, Diablo, I was going to say earlier that I've seen a 9-3 comeback going into offense on Ascent. 10-2, though, the best possible scenario, doesn't seem as doable. We saw Frontside take a 10-2 advantage last map over on Bind when they switched up, but they were still able to take the 13-6 win. Just looking absolutely unstoppable today. Just steamrolling straight through Viper's defense, taking the site, holding it down after, just not giving up even a single shot.
Frontside. At this point here, man, it's time. I'm just thinking about the Vipers need to actually perform a miracle to the possibly try to bring some of this back, because they're just not able to match Frontside in anything they're doing. Because we just generally have to admit there's a difference between these two teams. Beside a couple of picks that was actually really nice to Rebel Zoo, they also use the neural theft as well to slow down Frontside for a little bit longer. But you know, they're all coming in through A main. We even still to get caught out there right at the end. B-side's yet again opened out. Melvin has the up, but it is just Melvin left. He puts the shot, whiffs it. But he's stuck in a corner. Cloudburst out against the shot of the Grim Reaper. That's a big pick, but everybody's there on the side of Frontside to pick him off one after another. 11-1 for Frontside. And they switch sides there on the defense. All Frontside really do have to do is to win these 2 pistols and have the advantage going into the next round as well. And the map and the match will be theirs.
Definitely. And it looks like Frontside may not be playing for the defense here, but more the retake, as they're playing a guessing game, having 3 of their players push out through A. But then we just got the full B push coming in here from Vipers. So it's going to be Magician, Mawson, and Grim Reaper having to make that rotate as long as Vipers is able to take the site here. And there we go. We got Jag smoked off already, and you can see already making that rotation over. Melvin picks up the shorty elimination though, and the door is closed. Oh, Vipers showing that they have fight left in them. They're not really ready to give up. They still got that poison that they were looking to plant here. They do get the bomb down. And yeah, it's a 4v4 on pistol round. Magician unable to purchase his light shields because of the change to the frenzy this week.
Yes, exactly like you mentioned, but we'll see if Vipers able to hold it down to use a molly on Speedway to possibly just catch out at least one off front side as they look to push in the front. But Magician did technically the frenzy, get the third. Magician with not with the fourth, but the ace being denied for him by Jag with the classic nonetheless. But Magician will decide to pick up the defuse as well, putting 4 points into his ultimate. And our front side are on match point with the econ advantage going into the next. Just the Vipers have to use everything in their back pocket of keeping this round alive.
Yeah, and Frontside 1 round away from taking a 2-0 sweep here. And Vipers gonna need an absolute miracle. If you heard of the movie Miracle on Ice, well, now we're looking for Miracle on Ascent here. because it's going to take something special for Vipers to be able to get this game back. And here we go. Looks like Vipers know that that B there did not work out perfectly. They're pushing up through mid, and we got the same defense tactic here from front side. But Sova, instead of pushing through, Magician's actually heading back.
Oh!
And oh, a 2v2 has transpired, but Vipers, oh, they're in a 2v1 here. It's going to be interesting to take a look as we got Lee Zhu playing Cypher on such a low number of health. It's going to be really interesting because they haven't even got the plant yet. They're letting him completely rotate before even getting the bomb down. And both players, all three players, not at max health. They've all taken hits.
One shock dart tie as well could just ruin their entire hopes and dreams. That Cypher cage also gives away a fair amount of crucial information. If we just puts it out right now and tags even one of them, but Lizu peeks out and catches with the Ibero out to yet again Magician getting caught up with the bows. Man, if he just had his gun out at the end, just possibly scoping for them. The final clutch on the side of the Vipers, though, I guess Magician just does not have that clutch bone in his body to be able to take it out, keeping the hopes of the Vipers alive.
Yeah,
and now,
we saw Lizu and Melvin play that really well. They're both at the top of the leaderboard for their team. And honestly, when I'm taking a look at Viper, it's not what Viper is doing wrong. Vipers are actually playing their game, doing pretty good for what they can do here. It's just that front side is playing so well and holding everything down so strong that it's just nearly impossible to get anything off of them.
Let's see right now, the front side, consider they only have classics in hand with just some light shields. If they're able to bring out, but that's such a spike drop by Tough. Right down mid, they got spike control. Side of front side right at the beginning, able to see it. They can continue to match it up with Melvin. Peeks out to get Razi with 2 down, immediately being dropped one after another. Or front side still with no guns in hand, they cannot recover every single one. Even with the spike at the beginning, it does not matter. But Jag gets the gun in his hand. The spike is picked up, and they will go all the way over onto the A site. The TP's there as well. They find Jack. He casts the TP at the last second. Good call as he gets spotted out.
It does not. Health. That would have been an interesting end to the round there. Just seeing Jag TP right to the face there of Melvin. And a 3v1. Jag looking for his clutch genes. But no, Kororo sneaks up right behind him. Hits the headshot. Great bonus round there by Vipers. Making sure they holding on that last thread. That's it. That's all they got.
I mean, but now comes the two traps. We said it before, we'll say it again. Now that front side has some actual guns in their hand with weapons being held by both teams. Front side have always come out on top, which is how dominant they've been. Although the pistols have been back and forth, this is really what makes the difference. Though Barazi setting up a classic Killjoy util that we've seen with both mollies being placed in trees. Bossy catch up. The rotations from the side of from the side of the Vipers. As going through mid, they spot one of front side. Those peek out. We smoke dissipates. Most gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. One after another. Vipers fall. It is just 2 left for the Vipers. Not in a possible situation. Spike still in their hands. Make that just a spike and Lizu.
You got Lizu. He was also the last player standing in match point of the first game there. The alarm bot is just going to trigger everything. And oh, he does shoot out the molly, giving him a little bit of life left. A 3v1. He's going to have to pull off something really special here. We got Rodzi, Grim Reaper, and Magician. 3 amazing players who have all performed today. Just doing what they can to make sure they can close out the match. Lizu pushing towards B site. Ladies and gentlemen, will this be the end for Vipers? They are going in. Lizu making sure to clear his sight. But personally, I'm not too optimistic here, especially with him getting hit. Oh, Sova ultimate ability, just taking away any chance he had. Broadsy picking up the final elimination, and frontside, the 2-0 sweep here of Vipers in dominating fashion. Yo, Ravish, what do you think of those, my man?
Bro, my guy, I will catch this, right? As no, but this was so dominant. Like front side, just from front to back, if I might say, are just showed themselves to be a better team in terms of gunplay, rotations, and especially as post-play positions, the attack, they were a lot more aggressive. It was like the striking Vipers were getting caught out one after another. They were just not able to handle what frontside was bringing out. And so it was just, I said it before, it was a tragic happenstance what honestly occurred here, though. But GG's to striking Vipers. This does bring frontside to 2-2 as well, the record right here, the UPL, and it drops striking Vipers to 1-3. So we'll see the Pops to try to bring it back going into the next couple of rounds. But frontside looking to be the better team. We'll see what more they can bring as they move on to the bracket, going up against other teams right here in the bracket, like Days Dreams. But shout out to both these teams, but they definitely played their hearts out. But wow, what an absolute stomp!
100% frontside, complete dominance here tonight. Just showing what they're capable of, taking their second win so far of the season. And really, these are two teams that were fighting for a playoff spot. And personally, I'm excited to see if frontside can build on this insane energy and amazing momentum that they were able to show tonight and just continue to build off of it throughout the rest of their season and hopefully even make a push for a championship here.
With that all being said, I do want to thank you all for watching. Appreciate you time comment on Cassie with me, man. It's an honor and a pleasure. It was a lot of fun. Of course, big shout outs to producer Hypertension and Observer as well. Dostrum, who came by as well for us. We hope y'all have a good time. But with that all being said, I have been Ravish Grabus, the most ravishing man on the internet. I hope y'all have a good night. Stay safe. Peace.
See you guys.